Two.
Match day number 4 here at Warner Park in St. Kitts for the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup. We have the contest between Leeward Islands and Barbados. Captain Amanda Edwards, she has the coin. Go ahead and give it a spin.
Heads.
Heads is a coin,
It's a tail.
and it's a tail. Amanda, you won the toss again.
Again,
What are you going to do and why?
we are going to bat today. It's a pretty solid pitch, so I'm capable of my batters. Going to put some runs on the board and defend it later on.
Last game, your batters were able to amass your highest total ever in this competition. How proud were you as captain?
I'm very proud of the honor to be captaincy, but I have not had a good game so far. But today is the day for me and my teammates.
Okay, any changes to your side?
Just one side. Cheyenne Moses is in, and Melissa Clark is out.
All the best to you, Amanda. Kaisia, lost the toss. What would you have done had you won?
We would have a bowl, so I think it worked out in our favor.
Okay, any changes for your side?
No, it's same 11.
What can we expect from Barbados today?
Hoping to put on a better performance that we've been showing, especially with the bat, but hoping to come out here and be clinical with the ball at first.
All right, all the best to you and your side. News from the toss. Leeward Islands have won the toss and they've chosen to bat first.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to Warner Park, where we'll see the Barbados team coming up against the Leewards. And the Leewards team, I see one change. Melissa Clark is out, and Cheyenne Moses is in. And so for the Leewards, McCoy, Parker, and Clark are out. Leewards won the toss and opted to bat. Good morning to you, Miss Selman. How are you doing?
Good morning to you, Mr. Powell. I am fine. How are you?
I am excellent, please.
Good morning, viewers. No changes to the Barbados side, so they remain with their 11 that has competed all 3 games so far in this competition. Remember the Leeward Islands, they won the toss and opted to bat on this occasion.
Our umpires today are Javed Passad and Maria Abbott. Maloney remains third umpire, and Stuart Rollins is the match referee. Connell will start from the Lozak Road end. Interesting look at the points table. As we look at the points table, Jamaica, they are on 18 points, 12 match points, and 6 bonus points. Windwards are 8 with 2 bonus points, 8 match points, 2 bonus points, so they're on 10. And Guyana, they 8 match points, 1 bonus point, they are 9. Short delivery, cut away into the offside, down to the boundary for 4. So Leewards move off the mark, and Bashkar goes on to 4.
Yeah, what a way to get off the mark for Shabani Basker. Way too short and wide, and that's easily pounced upon all along the carpet and into the vacant cover boundary.
Barbados are on 8 points. They haven't picked up a bonus point yet. TNT women and the Leewards women are yet to score. Just looking at the points table, though, Jamaica, all they have to do is to win their other 2 games and they win the tournament. Single down to third man. Bashkar goes on to 5. And Saxena has been promoted to open the batting with Melissa Clark out. So Jamaica, they have picked up 6 bonus points, and that's equivalent to a win and a half. So they'll be difficult to catch.
Yeah, and upon closer examination, remember Jamaica is playing the Windwards women today. So should they beat the Windward, then they actually win the tournament today.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure they will know that.
Absolutely. And then they have Guyana.
Then they have Guyana. As long as Jamaica wins that game today. Guyana can't catch them. So they've done very well and made full use of that bonus point. Remember, this is the first year in the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup that we've seen the introduction of bonus points. In Jamaica, they've taken all the bonus points on offer.
And the bonus points are strictly for batting. And I can very well understand that because the teams have been bowled out very often. You don't want to reward mediocrity. Single to Saxena. She played it down on the on side of the pitch. And so 1 over completed. Leewards winning the toss and batting, 6 for no loss.
It will be Alison Gordon taking the second new ball from this media centre end. And she's been very good for this Barbados side all tournament long. Got player of the match in that last encounter against Guyana, taking 4 for 19 in her spell. So gentle medium pace bowler Alison Gordon. But she does have the ability to swing the ball both directions. Her most potent ball is the outswinger though.
Starting with a short delivery, punch into the offside. Saxena was in the top 10 last tournament for batting, but she hasn't had a decent score yet this year. She's one of the overseas players by the Leewards.
Yeah, Canadian Divya Saxena. Remember the last encounter that was played here? Leeward Islands won the toss against the Windward Islands, and Amanda Edwards said they were going to bowl first. Today she's opted to bat first. I think largely because this Leeward side would have been encouraged by the way their batters went about their innings, even though they lost that game. It's the most runs they've ever scored in this competition.
Correct. Got past 150. End of the over, 2 completed. Leewards 8 for no loss.
Yeah, pretty optimistic appeal for the last ball of that over, but clearly going down the left side. Good decision by umpire Abbott.
delivery short and offering some width, and Bashkar played it down to the cover area and picked up 2 runs. It's 10 for no loss.
Wants a change in field. Fielder who was in front of square on the leg side has been shifted to cover point on the offside. Sharp fine leg now goes in front of square.
Simple dismissal. Delivery which was back of a length. Bashkar was going through with a drive and hit it tamely up to the fielder at extra cover. Leewards 1 down and Connell has picked up a first wicket.
Yeah, just trying to make something out of nothing. It was a pretty decent delivery by Shamilia Connell. She never got close enough to be able to pump that one over the top. Shabani Bhaskar. And she has to go for just 8 runs. So 10 for 1 now, the Leeward Island side.
And this has been a repeated problem that we're seeing from the Leewards. Some very tame, very soft dismissals. Shot was never on. It was back of a length. And perhaps there to be defended. Never in control. So very easy soft dismissal.
And what's Shanisha Hector?
Pulling at a first delivery, goes down to mid-wicket, end of the over. 3 completed, Leewards at 10 for 1. Hector looked good in the last match before she was run out for 26. Showed intent, and she has been promoted in the batting order today for the Leewards.
Yeah, she batted at 6 in that game, in fact. We've also seen a promotion for Satsina. Remember, she batted 3 in that last game. She didn't trouble the score, but Melissa Clark not playing today, who opened in that last game.
Two runs to Saxena, hitting over the infield and down to extra cover. She moves on to 4. Leeward's 12 for 1. I think she's receiving a little warning from the umpire, suggesting that she should run off the pitch. Pitches here at Warner Park, I've seen quite a bit of cricket recently. When we were here for the regional 4-day competition, there was quite a bit of grass at the start of the competition. With so many matches being played on the square, it's now dry and parched.
Yeah, but the pitches have remained good across both competitions and definitely throughout this one. Every team that has batted first at this ground has surpassed 200 runs.
Second wide in the over, overcompensated, and first one was wide of the off stump. This time she drifted down leg Gordon. So the Leewards move on to 14 for 1. End of the over. 4 overs completed. Leewards are 14 for 1. Interesting comment, Shakira, that the teams batting first have scored 200. Leewards have never scored 200, so it might be a good omen.
This could be the day. And if they do manage to score 200 Leewards, it could be a pretty exciting game.
Delivery that was back pitch, but Shanisa Hector is strong. She muscled it through the onside and picked up 2 runs. Not quite to the pitch, but she's strong enough to cause a change in the field. Fielder from gully moves to mid-wicket, and mid-wicket moves to backward square.
And what stood out in that game against the Windies was how fast Hector was picking up length. She adjusted very quickly.
Short delivery, and she's inside the wicket and pulling. She'll only get a couple of runs though, but she's showing good intent, Shanisa Hector.
And she'll continue to. She's someone who likes to score quickly, Hector.
Mid-wicket has gone back 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Short delivery, pulled down backward of square for 4. Connell bowling just a bit too short.
Yeah, she hasn't quite found her length, the right length on this surface as yet, Connell. And it's short, but it's also not getting high. So it looks as though she's definitely missing her length. Connell, I'm not convinced that these are intentional short deliveries. Nonetheless, it's a boundary to finish the 5th over. So Leewards off to a pretty decent start, barring the loss of that wicket. 22 for 1 after 5.
And 8 coming in that over. Shawnisa Hector is on 8 from 7. Saxena is on 4 from 10. Change in the bowling. Arlene comes into the attack from the media center end.
So just 2 overs for Alison Gordon. 2 overs cost her 6 runs. The last over she sent no 2 wides. With the introduction of Aaliyah Allen, wicketkeeper Kaisian Knight goes back. She was standing up when Alison Gordon was bowling. Aaliyah Allen is perhaps the quickest bowler in this Barbados side. She's gone a bit faster than Connell in recent times. She too has the ability to swing the ball. She does get the ball to move off the seam back into right-handers sometimes as well.
Good single played down to mid-off, and the Saxena was off in a hurry.
Yeah, good calling. A good quick single, putting pressure on the fielder at mid-off. Third and final, 2 fielders on the boundary.
Good shot. Again pitched in short, and Hector was quickly onto that and playing it down to the straightish mid-wicket position and picking up a good boundary 4.
Yeah, another one that didn't get high, and you can tell from how far in front Hector manages to pull that one. She does pull it off the front foot as well. Good batting by Shanisha Hector, putting pressure on the Barbados bowlers.
And immediately we see some changes to the field. Mid-wicket goes back towards the boundary.
This is interesting. That mid-wicket is very straight for one of your faster bowlers. I'm not sure if they're trying to set up Shanisha Hector. This is a very different feel we're seeing employed.
Where the bounce has been good, we haven't seen steep bounce. And that is perhaps the main reason why the pull shot is going well forward of square. For Saxena, the slip comes back in, mid-wicket comes into the circle, and the third goes back on the boundary. Six overs completed, Leewards at 28 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good discussion. How high or how steeply the ball is bouncing. But again, I maintain that I do not think the short balls we've seen so far from the Barbados bowlers have been intentional. Connell and Aline in particular are capable of bowling bouncers. I'm not really sure I've seen any extra effort to get that ball high. Deep backward square and deep mid wicket. The two fielders in waiting.
And this one is played well. Just turned off the hips and down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
A very sensible batting by Shanisha Hector. Noticing that the two fielders in the deep square and deep mid wicket, so they're asking her to take on the pull shot again. This one is too straight from Connell, and she easily gets inside the line of the ball and turns it past the sharp fine leg fielder for another boundary. She's 17 off 11 deliveries now, Hector. Another change in field, sharp mid wicket comes over from extra cover.
Short again, pulled, and this one will carry all the way for 6. Was short and she was swiveling inside her wicket, Hector, and played it really well. Got a lot of bat onto it and muscled it over the boundary for 6.
Yeah, it's the first maximum we've seen today here at Warner Park, but it's very well played. Good adjustment by Hector. Remember that fielder in the deep is behind square. It means the short fine leg is in the circle. So you see her intentionally get inside the line to help it further behind square. Good batting by Hector. Good awareness.
Slow delivery, well played. Hector is 23 from 13. 23 from 14 now. And 10 runs in the over. 2 deliveries left. Short delivery again and pulled down to the fielder at mid-wicket. And they'll get a single. She'll move to 24. Leewards are 39 for 1. 1 delivery left in the 7th over.
More orthodox field for Satsina, who's back on strike.
End of the over. 7 gone, 39 for 1. Hector is 24 from 15 and Saxena 5 from 15. Suppose I tell you that by the time the score had reached 39, the Leewards were already 4 wickets down in the last game. Off to a much better start.
Decision to bat first, paying dividends so far for this Leeward Island side.
Airborne this time from Hector, but landing safely. And she'll get another run. Takes her up to 25. Leewards are 40 for 1. Saxena didn't get anywhere close to that delivery. She threw everything at it and missed.
Everything except her foot. And that was the most important thing. She just needs to get that front foot close to the pitch of the ball, to the line of the ball, in order to execute that shot.
Pulling into the onside. This one will run close to the boundary. They have already crossed for 2, and that's all they'll have. Saxena moves on to 7, and the Leewards are 42 for 1.
Yeah, another pull shot easily executed. And again, that's because we haven't seen that steep bounce you mentioned earlier.
Eight overs completed. The Leewards are 42 for 1.
I was here sitting wondering how long it would take before we saw the introduction of a spinner. Hasn't taken too long. And this is because of the way Shanisha Hector in particular has gone after the Barbados Pacers. So 4 overs for Shamilia Connell. She did get the wicket, but she's gone for 27 in that initial spell. So it's going to be Keela Elliott with her wrist spin to replace Connell from the Lazat Road end. One slip in waiting. Deep square and deep mid wicket on the boundary.
Single to deep backward square leg. And Hector moves on to 26. Leewards 43 for 1.
First game this season that Elliott bowled here, she was very expensive, very inconsistent. This is an opportunity for her to remedy that. She's bowled better as the tournament has gone on, though. She's gotten a few wickets in the last 2 games.
Good over. Just 2 runs coming from that. And after 9, the Leewards are 44 for 1. Elliot didn't quite have the control in the first game. Lots of short deliveries, some full tosses, but she can be satisfied with the first over. She was on the spot. Good save on the boundary. They'll get a couple of runs, but Connell had to make a lot of ground across to her right and then put in the dive, save 2 runs for her team. The Leewards are 46 for 1.
And she was very square, almost a deep backward square on that occasion, Shamilia O'Connell. So she had to make a big effort to her right because Satsina helped it to fine leg, to the orthodox fine leg, that is.
Good call again, putting the fielder under pressure, and she misfielded a single to Saxena. She is now on 11, and the Leewards are 47 for 1.
Good, clear communication. It was an early call. She never changed her mind, Satsina. Trishan Holder just taking her eyes off the ball at the last minute. So that Sharpman wicket goes right back on the circle.
Hitting the air over the head of the fielder at straightish mid-wicket. But there is protection down at long on, so just a single to Hector. She goes to 27. Leeward's 48 for 1. Five runs from that over. Leewards are 49 for 1 after 10 overs. Shawnee Hector 27, Saxena on 11. Bashkar, the batter, out for 8. Connell, the wicket taker.
Yeah, and a power play that belonged to the Leeward Islands women after winning the toss and opting to bat first. They will, of course, be disappointed that they lost that wicket of Bashkar so tamely. A very healthy run rate so far, going at 4.9 and over. So at the end of the power play, immediately we see an additional fielder being sent on the boundary. It's going to be Shamilia Connell, who's being sent back to long on. So 3 fielders outside the circle now.
.50 up for the Leewards. 50 for the loss of 1. Hector is on 28. Saxena, who is on 11, comes up to take strike. Full toss, pulled down just forward of square. That's a no ball, and it will go for 4 runs, so 5 resulting from that, as Elliott just loses the control a little bit. Very high full toss and well played by Saxena.
She just seemed to rush her action on that occasion, Keela Elliott, and resulting in a very high full toss. Saxena does very well to beat the two fielders in the deep on the leg side.
And now she has a free hit.
She's in fact bowled on that occasion, but it was a free hit. So she will continue batting Saxena. Importantly for the Barbados side, it is a dot delivery. Wanted a quick single there, Saxena, but no was the call by Shanisha Hector. Perhaps wisely so.
And it was very quickly from behind the stumps. End of the over, Leeward's 55 for 1, 11 overs completed.
Another change in bowling. Alison Gordon back into the attack to replace Aaliyah Aline. So short spell for Aline as well. 3 overs, which cost her 14 runs. No wicket. Deep third, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square.
Single to Hector, she moves to 29. Leeward's 56 for 1. Jamaica versus the Windwards. No play in that game yet. Another inspection is due at 10:45. Very heavy rains in St. Kitts over the weekend. And so that game being played in St. Paul's is being affected at Connery. Guyana batting. They're 29 for 1. End of the over. 12 overs have been completed. 57 for 1. And Gordon just finishing that over. Elliott will continue from the far end. Another short delivery by Elliott, and Saxena played it down to the straightish mid-wicket boundary and picked up 4 runs. So a half tracker.
Again, good adjustment by Satsina. She almost swept that one through along on. It was so short, it was almost a double bounce delivery. Well done. She capitalizes on another freebie, Satsina.
Partnership is 51. Delivery which is now sweeping, and she'll get a single. Saxena takes her on to 21, and the Leewards is 62 for 1. So good half-century partnership between Saxena and Hector. Very good sweep shot there by Shawnisa Hector. Again, a delivery which was badly lined by Elliott, and Hector swept it down backward of square. There's a fielder on the backward square leg boundary, but this one was perhaps maybe 15 yards away from her. Didn't give her a chance, and so she goes to 33 Hector, and it's 66 for 1, the Leewards.
She continues to hit the ball very hard and very cleanly, Hector.
Short delivery, and this one will bring mid-wicket into play, and they'll get a single. Hector is 34, Leeward 67 for 1. Elliott dragging it down often in this over. Full pitched, another single.
She's been either too full or too short in this over in particular, Kayla Elliott. It's gone for 11. One delivery remaining in her third.
Better delivery to end the over, 11 from it. She's none for 19 from her 3 overs, Elliott. Leeward's a 68 for 1.
Gordon, the most economical of all bowlers used so far by the Barbados side, just going at 2.5 and over.
Good shot by Saxena. Again short and offered width. And she played it really well down to long off and picked up 4 runs.
I was just commending Alison Gordon. I was about to say she's kept it simple. She's kept it right up to the back. Just before I was able to say it, she bowls a short delivery, which is slapped in front between the extra cover and mid-off for another boundary for Saxena. She's 26 now, her best score of this competition so far.
Good call again, good single. Played it gently down to the field at mid-on. And it gets a 27th run.
Yeah, that's brilliant batting. It's just hit a 4, Saxena. Then she's gone soft hands. Dropped it short of the fielder at mid-on. And crosses for a quick single.
This partnership of 63 between Hector and the Saxena. Easily the best for the Leewards for this competition so far.
Almost a chance at the end of the over. Hector almost offering a return chance to Alison Gordon. But she remains at the crease. 73 for 1 now the Leewards after 14.
At Connery, Guyana 32 for the loss of 2 wickets. And at St. Paul's, that game is yet to start.
Change of bowling at the Lazard Road end. It will be young Erin Dean, the off spinner. Made her debut this competition in the second game. The Barbados side took on Trinidad and Tobago. She's returned decent figures so far. Just 17 years old, Erin Dean.
Full pitched. Played down to the field at mid-wicket for a single.
Just halfway into the 15th over, and we've seen 5 bowlers used so far. Bit of innovation by Shanisha Hector, but another dot delivery.
Actually, it was by Saxena. And Shawnisa Hector getting a single. So Saxena is 35, 28 to Saxena. Saxena on strike. End of the over. and the Leewards are 75 for 1 after 15. Good over by the youngster to start.
I'm not so sure she'll be entirely happy with the fact that she sank down 2 full tosses in that over, though. She got away with them. But a good tidy return, just 2 runs from her first. Casey and Knight will be hoping that her bowlers can bowl in partnerships and build pressure from both ends. Good hand by Alison Gordon, knocking that down.
Good shot. Pulled firmly down to straightish mid-wicket by Shawnisa Hector. And she has been so quick to jump on these short deliveries. Good eyes, good hands, good foot movement. And at that time, the fielder was there, got close to it, but couldn't stop it going across the boundary. She moves on to 40. Leewards are 81 for 1.
Yeah, she gets herself into very good positions very quickly. She seems to have the world of time to adjust.
Driving firmly to mid-off, no runs. End of the over, 6 from that one. 16 overs completed. Leewards are 81 for 1. Hector is on 40, Saxena is on 29. 40 from 39, Hector. And Saxena 29 from 46.
Oh, she trips. She manages to make it back, Saxena.
Good call by Shawnisa Hector. Was turned to the fielder at fine. And Saxena had taken off. Hector shouted no.
She had to crawl her way back into the crease, Saxena. Oh, beauty. Four dots. The over so far. Can she close it out, Irene Dean?
Single to end the over, just one from the over. But this is very good, clever bowling by Dean. This last delivery, she just held it back a little bit, tossed it a little higher, and Saxena was driving, came from the inside edge and a single in the onside. A very good over.
Yeah, she wasn't afraid to flight it to Saxena. She continuously asked questions. Remember, Dean is just 17 years old, making her debut at this level in this year's competition. Couldn't play that first game against Jamaica because of a split webbing. I think she's been given the opportunity from game 2 against Trinidad and Tobago. She's returned very tidy figures. Shamilia Connell now replaces Alison Gordon at the medium centre end. She was taken for 27 runs in her initial spell of 4 overs. Connell. She did get that one wicket, the solitary wicket to have fallen so far, of Shabani Bhaskar.
Starts with a wide. Want you to have a look at the way Saxena sets up. Seems to be just a little outside leg, then has a pronounced move across the crease.
Yeah, you're right, Carol. It's something I noticed when I played against her last year, Saxena. And what she has to be careful with or pay more attention to is keeping that head still with such a pronounced movement. Sometimes batters tend to fall over. Then they become LBW candidates. And we've seen a number of deliveries catch the inside half of her back, Saxena. And that's perhaps because her head is just falling to the offside a bit.
Long off goes back, and third comes up into the circle. Remind you that for the CG United Super 50, winning price is 20,000 US dollars. Runner up will get 10,000, and in the Blaze it will be 10,000 for the winners and 5,000 for the runner up. Player for each match, 250 US. And then most runs, most wickets, most dismissals, $1,000 each. Short delivery helped on its way to the fielder down at long leg. Hector moves to 41. The Leewards 85 for 1. Win over number 18.
Those prize monies you were just referring to is all now available thanks to our sponsors, CG United and Dafabet.
End of the over, 18 completed, 85 for 1. And also very important news that from the 1st of October 2024, 6 players from each of the franchises will be contracted. And that will move to 10 players by 2027. Drinks break, Perhaps a good time to hear the voice of Troy Biff Mills. But just your assessment of the first hour's play. Leewards winning the toss and this time deciding to bat 85 for 1, and lost an early wicket at 10. But these two have settled well.
Yeah, they've won this session, the first session, Leeward women. And they'll be very happy, especially Captain Amanda Edwards. They've backed up that last performance in which they amassed their highest total in this CG United Women's Super 50 Cup competition ever. They've surpassed 150 runs in that last game against the Windward Islands, and they've started very well, 85 for 1, thanks to a partnership of 75 runs by Shanisha Hector and Divya Saxena. Barbados, they will be disappointed with the inconsistency of their bowlers so far. We've seen a number of short deliveries and full tosses sent down by most of the bowlers. And almost every time the Leeward Islands women, they've been able to capitalize.
Good morning, Saxena. Good morning to listeners and viewers. Lovely sunshine here at Warner Park.
You've been so entertained by Saxena, you're calling me Divya Saxena now.
Well, actually, I like the way she's playing. Very mature indeed. My apologies, Shakira. She's doing a wonderful job. I noted that she slipped on 2 occasions, and I don't know if they perhaps she'll need to consider the change of boot. I don't know, because she wouldn't want to be slipping down the track and get stranded. But a wonderful start here by the Leeward Islands. 85 for 1 after 18 overs. And by any standard, the best they have had for the year. And the confidence, no doubt, causing skipper Amanda to decide to bat after winning the toss, inspired by their performance in the last game.
Yeah, and it's a very brave decision, one that you commend the Leeward Islands for as well. They know this Barbados team is normally quite good with the ball, and they also know that this Barbados team has 2 West Indies fast bowlers. So to say we'll have a bat and we'll take you on.
And we're now resuming.
Forget that. That's a classy cover drive by Shanisha Hector. She's showing a wide array of shots so far, Hector.
And I know she has been playing quite easily and comfortably. She gets into position very quickly. And eyeing her half century. Only 5 away. A little scare there. Coming off playing perhaps a little too early, coming off the back of the bat, scooning upwards, as we say, but no harm done.
I remember we saw Stephanie Taylor being dismissed in that fashion. The first game that was played here at Warner Park.
Saxena coming down and checking her stroke in the end. Hector, pardon me. A healthy run rate of 4.81 runs per over Leewards. Sweeping is Hector. Not being able to beat the fielder backward square. Just the 1 run. And the 241, the projected score here by the Leewards. Were they to get there, they'll get themselves 2 bonus points. And there's that little slipping, skidding as it were. Perhaps it's something in that area, I'm not certain. Leewards and Trinidad and Tobago, the only 2 teams along with Barbados yet to pick up a bonus point. After 19 overs, 91 for 1. The Leeward Islands, a very good position, 90 for 1 by their standards. Without thinking of a big total in excess of 200. These two, they are looking good. And Leewards would be hoping that they steady for a very long time. 19 of 50 overs bowled so far. We had a lot of rain here in St. Kitts, especially on the western end of the island. There was a flash flood warning in effect. Connell is continuing from the media center end.
Long off comes into the circle. Third goes back on the boundary.
The Jamaica versus Windward Island match down at St. Paul's, that is delayed. Extremely short was Connell. Not getting the lift out of it per se. And dabbed down to the third man for a single. 5 overs, 1 for 30 to Connell before this over. And Widwards coming up against Jamaica. Jamaica 12 points from their matches plus 6 bonus points, a total of 18. Windwards 8 match points, 2 bonuses. That crosses the boundary line for 4 wides. Five runs will be added to the total.
Yeah, Connell trying to stay full and straight at Shanisha Hector. Goes too straight on this occasion. Wicketkeeper Kaisia Knight is unable to stop that ball.
A suggestion was made to the West Indies Cricket Umpires Association last year, Shakira, to forward on to ICC for the wide, having a free hit similar to the no ball. Adjusting beautifully, going forward and basically waiting on that and getting the boundary backward of square was Hector. She brings up her 51 from 51 balls.
And it's a well-deserved century to Shanisha Hector. 7 boundaries and 1 maximum. And from ball 1, she's shown intent and she's taken on every Barbados bowler so far. It just seems to be reading every play. She adjusted very well to that slower delivery.
Having reached this milestone, she wouldn't want to give it away. She would want to continue. Leewards would want it to continue. Very well played half century indeed. She showed patience, control, confidence.
Another expensive over sent down by Shalamelia Connell. 11 runs from that over. She's now going for 41 in 6 overs. Connell. And 100 up for the Leeward Islands women. 101 for 1 at the end of 20.
The young Dean. She has had 13 dot balls so far. The communication between these two seems to be very good as well, Shakira.
Yeah, it's been very good so far. You must commend. There's been clear communication between the two.
They're not really taking any chances. Communication is very early as well. And so far, the decision by the Leeward Islands to win the toss and the bat first paying dividends.
Good diving stop. Coming around from cover, Hasabi Calendar and diving to her left, preventing that one from reaching the boundary.
And we must commend the feeling. It has been very good so far.
The end of another tidy over by Erin Dean. Just 2 from it. 103 for 1 now the Leeward Islands women after 21 overs.
Shabani Baska, the first and only wicket to fall. She was 8 from 12 balls. And that was so very long ago. 10 for 1 after 2.5 overs. .90 the current run rate with a projected score of 245. Elliott from the media center end. Very slow. Very full. Looping. Played backwards square. Just a single. 3.1 overs, 20 runs. No wicket, no maiden. Is Elliott.
It's been a very consistent rate of scoring by the Leeward Islands side. Brought out their 50 after 10.1 overs. And the 100 coming out after 19.5.
The entire team would be encouraged by the Leewards so far, their performance. Patient is the approach. Confident. Elliott a tight over so far, only the single from the first ball. There's an appeal, the umpire not interested. Trinidad and Tobago, they are 53 for 2 after 21.5 overs. Guyana, that is, against Trinidad and Tobago. That match is being played over at Connery. And the battle at the top, Jamaica and Windward Islands. That match is yet to start. We've had lovely weather throughout the tournament so far, but there was quite a bit of rain. And just the one match being affected by that at this stage. Saxena, 33 from 65. Hector, 53 from 56.
Trishan Holders just left the field. 12th person, Shanika Bruce, has come on for her.
Divya Saxena, obviously thinking about her half century at this stage. And there's the mid-off fielder running and diving somewhat left hand extended, plucking that from the air, saving perhaps a single or two. Is a going overhead is Hector. One bounce to the fielder running around from the long on. And we haven't seen these batters really taking any chances for the day. Good, intelligent, old-fashioned cricket.
And there hasn't really been a need to take chances. There have been so many bad deliveries sent down by the Barbados bowlers so far. Last 3 overs for Barbados though have been tidy. So 108 now for 1 at the end of 23. Just 4 runs coming from that Dean over.
Barbados, the defending champions, in 4th position after the 3 rounds of matches. They are on 8 points. One of 3 teams yet to pick up a bonus point. And to put that into perspective, you pick up 1 bonus point when you score 200 runs, and you pick up another after 220. Jamaica, they have done a wonderful job of that in their 3 matches so far. Sweeping back with a sway is Saxena, but there's a fielder on the boundary, only picking up a single. Going overhead is she. This time she'll only get 1. The partnership now 100 from 125 balls.
First time we've ever seen a partnership of 100 runs by Leeward Islands women. So another thing they can be proud about this season They've gone from struggling to get to a total of 100 as a team to now a partnership of 100 runs. Second wicket partnership.
And she is giving out is Hector. Trying a mighty heave at that.
Yeah, as soon as we were talking about the partnership, they've just brought up that partnership of 100 runs. And Hector finally misses one. It was a full delivery one. She had been sweeping all day long. She misses it and it drops into the right foot right in front of the stumps, given by umpire Abbott. And it is the first wicket for Keela Elliott, the second for the Barbados side. 111 now for 2. The Leeward Island side. Hector goes for a very well played half century.
Indeed, something that Leewards would have preferred not to have happened, and she seemed not too happy with the decision, was Hector. But she's back in the pavilion. Perhaps just on leg. The umpire, she thought about it a little and she was convinced it was hitting the wicket. And it now brings Bernice Boyce into the wicket. It's the end of the over, very successful over. Breaking that 100-run partnership. Elliott comes back into the attack. That's Dean from the southern or Lozak Road end. 5 overs, 14 runs so far. Taking a center guard is Boyce.
Boyce, the former Trinidad and Tobago vice captain, her first year with this Leeward Island side. Former West Indies player as well. Represented the West Indies women in 2017 World Cup that was played in England.
Trying to bowl that a little quicker was Dean, drifting down the leg side and signaled wide. Another wide on the off stump. Perhaps a little too anxious is Dean.
Remember, Divya Saxena is also an overseas player in this Leeward Islands women's setup, vice captain of the Canadian women's team. She does have international experience. Debuted for that Canada team in October of 2021. And they said that she also represented the Kenyan national team in 2006.
We are halfway through this inning. $114 for 2, the Leeward Islands.
Trishan Holder back onto the field. Keela Elliott will continue from the media center in.
Leewards winning the toss and the batting. Very good decision so far. An appeal for LBW answered negatively by the umpire. Going down leg was that one. Full toss. And we've seen quite a bit of full tosses from Elliott. She didn't have the best of times the last game. She still hasn't found that rhythm as yet. Little misfielding there. Runs close to the boundary. An excellent bit of fielding by beautiful piece of fielding indeed, saving 2 runs, running all the way around from the long on to an extra cover position on the boundary. The end of another over. .44 the current run rate. And the bowlers, they have been tightening up things somewhat.
Excellent shot by Renice Boyce. It's a maximum. She decides to go over the top. Too full by Erin Dean in the slot. And easily dispatched by Boyce.
Very cool and calm. Powerfully struck.
Long on immediately goes back on the boundary. Almost attempting to go over the shot again. Boyce, she decides against it. Nicely stroked along the ground for 1.
And the overs ticking away. And the Barbadian players really getting through their overs.
In the air, but in the gap. Slight misfield where the fielder running around from deep mid wicket. But covered by Alison Gordon coming from deep backward square. 1 run added to the total.
Saxena interested in a second, but Boyce wasn't. The communication was early.
More work for the fielders in the deep on the leg side. 2 runs on this occasion. So much better running by these two.
And it takes Saxena into her 40s.
Prompts a change in personnel. Alison Gordon coming into the circle, that sharp mid wicket. Asabi Calendar going on the boundary.
Elliott looking around, satisfied that the fielders are in the correct position. The Leewards, they have gotten better with their batting as the tournament has progressed. Short ball. Getting the treatment it deserved.
Yeah, 3 fielders in the leg side on the deep. But Divya Saxena had all the time in the world to decide where to place that one. And she eventually chooses that gap between the long on fielder and the deep mid wicket fielder for another boundary. 5 away from a half century now, Saxena. Another misfield.
Wanting to take the single. Boy's not interested. The end of yet another over. 132 for 2. Saxena looking comfortable. 5 away from her half century. Has been very patient. 82 balls. But the 2 important things, she is still there, and runs have been going on the scoreboard, assisted by extras wide on this occasion by Dean. 7 overs, 24 runs. Hasn't picked up a wicket as yet.
Cover going on the boundary.
And Boyce goes heaving. 1 bounce into the mid wicket. Boundary for 4 was Boyce.
Yes, slog swept to the left of that fielder at deep mid wicket. And it's a second boundary for Renice Boyce off the bowling of Erin Dean. So taking a liking to Erin Dean so far is Renice Boyce. She now goes to run the ball 15.
Oh, lovely comeback by Dean. Young player.
And she's gone. Another team dismissal. She seemed totally in control before this point, Renice Boyce. And she'll be very disappointed with the way she's given her wicket away. But good comeback by Erin Dean. She was struck for 4 2 balls ago. And a nothing shot from Renice Boyce gives her her first wicket today. Easily poached at extra cover by Trishan Holder. Renice Boyce has to go for 15. A start, and again, she fails to carry on.
You just mentioned that Boyce seeming to have taken a liking to Dean. And we saw 6 the previous over, 4 this over. A very good comeback ball. And 2 balls after that boundary, Boyce is headed back to the pavilion.
Leewards now 137 for 3.
Giving it a little more air. After 28.2 overs. And Saxena, she's on 45 from 82. That dismissal brings Amanda Edwards into the wicket. 7.3 overs, 29 runs, 1 wicket is Erin Dean. Very good thinking by the youngster.
Struck over the top and into the boundary. So a good way to get off the mark for Captain Amanda Edwards.
Waited patiently, straight overhead.
Bit of hurdling by Shamilia Connell. Having to clear the sponsors' boards. No damage done.
City United, Daffabets, Blue Waters, sponsors of Cricket West Indies' Women's Super 50 over competition.
9 runs and a wicket to finish the 29th. 141 for 3.
And Leewards, a healthy run rate, 4.86. Projected score, 2.43. Has been wavering up a little, down a little, up a little on the river, on the bank. But they'll definitely want to get there, earn themselves 2 bonus points. But first they'll have to get to 200 to earn 1. They do have the capacity from what we're seeing, especially with Saxena. And it's Nai Cumberbatch into the attack from the CA Paul Southwell media end.
Yeah, Nijani Cumberbatch, in fact. Name just a bit too long to fit there. She hasn't bowled since the first game. Played. Chance for a run out. Gets back easily. Saxena. Felt like she hit it good enough to get a single. But the fielder at my wicket is halfway. So very interesting field. A deep mid wicket right back on the boundary. A fielder halfway at perhaps a corner region. deep backward square. 3 fielders on the boundary. Finds that fielder again, Aliyah Aline. Perhaps shouldn't have been a single. She did hit that one quite as firm as she did before. Satsina Aline on this occasion not attacking the ball. Brings Amanda Edwards on strike. Aline comes into the circle at short mid wicket. Gordon goes back to long on.
The second one from the over, 1 ball remaining.
Easy single to finish the 30th. 144 for 3.
.8 the current run rate, 280 the target projected score, 240 it is, and Saxena, who is on 47 from 87 balls, thinking about her century, a half century at this stage, but the way she's looking at century is quite gettable. Inches closer towards that half, just 2 away.
Captain Amanda Edwards set up the toss. She was happy with her team's performance in the last outing in particular. But she wanted to make a contribution, and she started very well. Edwards, it's her second boundary. It's gone on to 9 runs.
A full toss, dispatching it. Dean Strain shot outside the off stump, struck into the long off region for another boundary.
Yeah, overcompensation by Erin Dean. Too full the previous delivery. This time she's gone way too short, and it's muscled over the fielder at mid-off and into the boundary. Immediately forces a field change. Mid-off goes back to long off.
Good comeback ball on this occasion. The last ball, last over, we saw a 4 from her, a dot ball, and then a wicket. Conceding 9 runs off this over was Dean. The 150 comes up. With that 153 for 3, the Leeward Islands.
So what the Leeward Islands women have done to this Barbados side is that they've put them under enough pressure to force Captain Kaisi Knight to use more than 5 bowlers. Since that first game against Jamaica women, They had only used the 5 bowlers, the Barbados side. Now Nigel coming back is the 6th bowler employed. There is another bowling option, Asabi Canada, who hasn't bowled in this competition, in this year's competition so far. And that one tickled behind square on the leg side, and it is a half century for Divya Saxena, applauded by her team and congratulated by her captain Amanda Edwards. So very well played half century by Saxena, her 50 coming from 89 deliveries. The second player from this Leeward side to score a half century in this game so far. Well played by the Canadian vice captain.
Well played indeed. Patient knock. But the skipper will want it to continue. The first hurdle of a half century that has been overcome. Start again and go for another 50. Vast improvement, the Leeward Islands, this game over the last. Under this season.
Yeah, only prior to that last game when they got to 150, we were saying the issue for this Leewards team is that we haven't seen enough improvement in their batting. And what a response we've seen from them. Twice now, they've been able to cross that 150 barrier. Twice in 1 year, in 1 season.
Back-to-back matches. Oh, beautiful. Effortless almost, Amanda Edwards.
They're also capable off the back foot. The Leewards women, another short delivery sent down by a Barbados bowler and slapped between cover and extra cover. No chance for the fielders. Again, we see a reaction from Kaisia Knight, sending the fielder at cover on the boundary. Halfway, in fact. Seven runs from that over. 160 now for 3.
18 overs left. A current run rate of 5. Projected score 250. Gettable. Would it happen? We'll have to wait and see. The way the Leewards are batting at the moment, quite possible indeed. But we know the game of cricket, lovely cricket.
Alison Gordon replaces Dean at the Lazat Road end for her 3rd spell. She's completed 5 overs, 9 for 19 so far, Alison Gordon. Remember, player of the game in that last match against Guyana, she got 4 for 19. And there's her first wicket, Alison Gordon. Saxena, 51 and out. Another player gets that half century and is unable to carry on. So good bowling change by Kaisia Knight. Alison Gordon into the wickets.
Off stump, knock back. 160 for 4. The Leeward Islands after 32.1 overs. First ball from Alison Gordon being reintroduced.
Yeah, just a wild heave across the line by Divya Saxena. She's been stroking those deliveries quite nicely, but finding fielders on a number of occasions on the offside. This time she opts to go across the line, fails to make contact, and it results in another wicket, a 3rd, a 4th in fact for the Barbados side. first for Allison Gordon. Brings Jazara Claxton to the crease. St. Kitts National. First left-hander we've seen today. Remember, Claxton got to 40 not out in that last game. A big part of the reason that the Leeward Islands side got to 150.
Would you be able to find that form and continue from it?
Slip in place.
Getting off the mark right away. It's always a good feeling as captain once you reintroduce a bowler and you pick up a wicket in that over, never mind the first ball. And so often we've seen throughout this tournament batters getting past a half century and not quite going on. We've seen about 390s so far. Casey Knight herself, she had a 93 against Trinidad and Tobago, losing her wicket to the 15-year-old Ramnath, who picked up 3 in that match. Beaten on that occasion is Claxton.
Change of field. So that fine leg is sent to third. And immediately has work to do.
Claxton very fit, very quick. A national athlete for St. Kitts and Nevis. Oh, she guides that one just to the left of the fielder, close to the boundary, and it just evades Elliott, getting back on the back foot and just guiding. A valiant chase by Elliott, being let down by a piece of footwork. And it's the first boundary to Claxton. .168 for 4. After 33 overs, 5.09 the run rate. The run rate has been there and thereabout throughout the inning for the Leeward Islands, scoring about 4 runs and over. It has dipped a little below 4.75, but right now it's at 5.09. 255 runs the projected score. Were they to get there, the Leewards easily their biggest score for the tournament.
Alia Aline replaces Nijani Kamabach. Sent down 3 overs for 14 runs prior to this. Alia Aline. Deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and deep cover. The fielders on the boundary.
Easy single for Amanda Edwards. 20,000 US for the winner of this championship. 10,000 for the runner-up. Cricket West Indies is Super 50 overs for the female, sponsored by CG United, Alphabet and Blue Waters. And on behalf of CWI, we say thank you very much to the sponsors for coming on board, without whom this would not have been possible. Young ladies need to play more cricket if we are to compete successfully with the big guns.
In that game over at Connery between Guyana women and Trinidad and Tobago women, Brianna Haricharan, the young spinner, has made her debut for the Trinidad and Tobago side, and she's gotten the wicket of West Indies international Shabika Gajnabi.
And what a great feeling that must be. Making your debut, picking up an international player.
She must be proud indeed. And all her family and friends, along with teammates, I'm sure they're proud of her as well. Guyana women 103 for 3 after 32 overs. Shameen Campbell on 39. Gajnabi was dismissed for 32. Chance for a run out at the striker's end, and she appeals. She has made it, apparently.
Yes, it seems so. Her athleticism kicking in that time. It was her call.
And she was halfway down this crease, down the pitch. In fact, Jazara Claxton knows the call by her captain Amanda Edwards, and she had to turn all the way around, so she completed a single. A judge knocked out by the umpire Javed Prasad. So 169 for 4 still.
Which
Leeward
which could have been 169 for 5. And consideration must always given to the other player as quick as you are.
It is the second drinks break here at Warner Park.
And Jazara Claxton, she is included in the St. Kitts and Nevis track and field team that will be participating in the Carifta Games down in Grenada, Saturday 30th to Monday 1st April, Saturday 30th March to Monday 1st April. The T20 Blaze finishes on Monday 25th. The teams travel home on Tuesday, March the 26th. So she goes basically straight out of the cricket into the track and field, and she'll be doing the triathlon. She missed out on a medal last year by an infringement. The word we're getting is that that'll be the only event she'll be doing, the hepathlon. And she is a fit young lady. And that fitness being called to play in the last over and taking us safely home. As I welcome back Carlisle to the mic.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good batting performance by the Leeward so far, and it could have been even better. Lost the wicket early of Bashkar for 8, 10 for 1, and then 101 runs partnership between Hector and Saxena. Hector playing across the line and out LBW for 56. Boyce soft dismissal caught by Dean for 15. And Saxena, very lazy swat across the line, was bowled by Gordon for 51, 160 for 4. And so the Leewards will have to make use of this position there. 16 overs still to go, and batting power plays certainly in the picture.
And again, we see batters getting to half century and not going on. A close call for a run out last over. Zara Claxton playing that one into a mid-on position, taking off down the track, being sent back by Amanda, turning about halfway, just making it in. Were there to be the review system in place, I think Barbados would have definitely opted for that. They would not have had a thing to lose.
Except the review.
And no doubt Cricket West Indies will be thinking about it. When these ladies play at the higher level, it is available, so you'll want them to be experienced in that at this level as well. Very expensive it is. Another wide. But it's not just the cost, it's the value it brings to it, the importance, the dividends. Do you think consideration will be given to increasing the review, the number of reviews, Carlisle?
See no point to it. You have 3 reviews. I see absolutely no point to increasing the reviews. Tell you what I don't like. For me, if it's hitting the stumps, it's not umpire's call, it's out. That's for me.
That's a problem I have with it. Once it's hitting the stump, irrespective of what, it has to be out in my view. Cesar punching that one out to the covers, getting back on the back foot, looking very comfortable and easy indeed. This Warner Park track, playing very true. Same strip that was used on Friday is being used today. Run rate dipping below 5.
Over.
174 for 4. Gordon is now 1 for 31 from her 7 overs. Claxton is on 8. Edwards is on 20. 35 overs completed. It was just a little bit early. 35th over just being completed. I like the look of Dean, but I'm wondering perhaps if her spells were a little bit too long. She's just 17, and perhaps she could have been used in shorter spells because she was in control in the early part of her bowling effort, but then maybe she got a little bit tired towards the end and ended up with 1 for 42. 9 overs, 1 for 42.
That perhaps good consideration. And we have seen especially the wrist spinners not being in fully control. Wide, short, full. Dean
Good shot.
Oh, beautiful, easy, elegant. She seems to have brought that confidence of the 40 in the last game, Carlisle, into this match.
Definitely. Was in the slot and she played it well. Down to the boundary, picked up 4. Leewards 179 for 4.
Her foot movement and position in this game is a lot better than it was in the last as well.
And she has forced Barbados to send the mid off to long off, and the mid on comes up into the circle.
I'm thinking Coach Percy Sly Daniel would have done some work with her in the nets on the weekend in terms of the movement. Batting at number 5 is Josiah Claxton, as she did in the last game. Picking up 40. She's now 14 from 15. Oh, that's not a good shot. Getting away with it. Short, pulling, but basically taking the eyes off the ball.
See, that's the difference between somebody like Captain Amanda Edwards and Shawnisa Hector. Edwards is a hitter. Hector is more of a classical player. That would have been a pull shot, a proper pull shot.
And probably, and 4, perhaps even 6. Oh, well left alone by Jazara. Stepping back, perhaps thinking about playing it square on the offside, but finding it was rising and too close to her. One above the shoulder signals the umpire. And Hector, she was looking very good, very easy this morning. Unfortunate to get out 56 from 51 balls, LBW to Elliott. Ali not too happy, as Claxton wasn't yet ready when she started running in.
Seven runs in the over, 36 completed, 182 for 4. And so the Leewards definitely have batted a lot better in this game than in all of their previous games in the tournament so far. Got to their highest score in the last game, and they have extended that. You're talking about 155 in the last game, and they're 182 for 4. 36 overs completed, so they would be fancying the chances of picking up some bonus points in this game.
Run rate creeping above 5 once more, 5.06, with a projected score of 253. The first target at this point would be for these to steady and take that score to 200 in the first instance. 21 from 18 is the right-handed captain, Amanda Edwards.
Change of bowling from the far end. Elliott 1 for 34 before this comes in for her 8th over.
Another field change in terms of personnel. Leaving that one alone is Claxton. Umpire considered it going wide, but it was within the boundaries. Claxton seems to like to go on the back foot.
And plays from a little bit too straight for my comfort. Want to see her staying low a little longer.
She's not going to be pulled into any indiscretion. 4 dot balls so far. Elliott coming back. Make that 5. Elliott a little more control in this match. We've seen a previously short, wide, full. And that just eludes the first slip. Jara running close down to the third man boundary. And a little bubble by the fielder. Picking up 4, Carlisle.
But when you look at the replay, it was just a little to the left of the first slip. But the first slip was so upright in the position that she had to go down and to her left, by which time the ball had sped past her and down towards the boundary. Again, when you look at that replay and you look at Jazara's position, you want to see her staying lower. See how upright she is playing that shot? And backing away, absolutely no control.
She looks a lot better in this game, but that tendency was what we were seeing quite often in the previous match.
Want to see her staying low to those deliveries. It's 186 for 4, 37 overs completed. Elliott 1 for 38 from her 8 overs. Change of bowling from this end. Dean comes back.
For her last over. 1 for 42 before this. Tossing that one up is Dean. Fumble on the boundary.
Good run in by the Leewards. Claxton coming back to the danger end. She's an athlete. Set off immediately and got those 2 runs comfortably.
And she will always fancy her chances. Oh, was that a ball on court? Perhaps it should have been easy ball on court regulation.
It was. Hit straight back and through the hands of Dean. And it wasn't hit with a tremendous amount of power either. And Dean just not being able to hold on to that. Yeah, she hesitated a little bit before she went up. And so a single, 189 for 4.
It is said that bowlers should always expect a return catch every ball. Do you subscribe to that?
Oh, you must know what you're bowling. And if you're bowling to get wickets and you're looking to get a return, you have to be in position. And this takes me back to people like Willett and Parry. They were fantastic to their own bowling. Again, he played wide of slips.
Down
Probably
to the
won't
third
reach
man.
a boundary. Claxton again standing up straight, not staying low and over that delivery, and again played wide of the field at slips.
Moving the slip fielder from the traditional slip into a slip and a half, perhaps, Carlisle.
And the captain decided, listen, if you're going to play like that, I'll
Being
give you
second
two slips.
Exactly. with the first slip being somewhat slip and a half still.
Still.
We'll see how the young Claxton, still a teenager, how she adjusts to that, but we'll have to wait until the next over. 191 for 4, Leewards, after 38 overs.
New territory for the Leewards. Remember, we told you that the highest score before this, in this year's competition, 155. And so getting to 191 with 12 overs to go, Leeward certainly would be thinking of the bonus points, one at 200 and the second at 220.
And they've played much better Leewards in this game. Elliott continues from the southern or Lozak wood end.
Bad delivery and pulled down to the backward square boundary for 4. Short, long hop really. And Captain Edwards picked up 4 runs for the Leewards, closer to 200.
And we've seen the wrist spinners being challenged. Not quite hitting it on. Drifting. Short. Full. But Leewards, they're not going to argue. They're going to take them as they come. 5 ones away from their first bonus point in this tournament, Leewards.
From the first points in the tournament, in fact.
Exactly. They're sitting at the bottom of the table, Leewards, having lost all of their 3 matches.
The game in St. Paul's has started. Windwards are batting, 42 for 3 in the 12th over.
Who do you think won the toss there, Carlisle?
I'll see if that information is up.
I think it's Trinidad and Tobago.
Windwards are playing against Jamaica.
Jamaica. I think it's Jamaica that won the toss. And here is Jazara getting one down.
200 up for the Leewards. Oh, she missed everything. That might be biased.
Exactly.
Again, standing upright and pulling away. That is something for the coaches to work on. But 204, the Leewards are in uncharted territory, picking up their first point for this year, and doing it by way of a bonus batting point, 200 for 4.
Amanda Edwards not out 29 from 24. Jazara Claxton 21 from 28. 200 up. First point for the Leeward Islands. Well deserved, well played. But they still have a lot of work to do here. $11 overs left, scoring at a run rate of 5.13. The projected score inches upwards to 257. Amanda Edwards will want to be there at the end with Jazara. The Barbadians will have other ideas. Cumberbatch is reintroduced from the media center end.
At Connery, Guyana 122 for 4, 30 in the 38th over.
The second slip being removed for Jazara. And the slip going more slip and 3/4. Captain Knight just realized she had two slips in for Jazara. First slip is now slip and a half, so to speak. Second slip brought in. Jazara looking a lot better than she did in the last game. She did get 40. On the back foot, punching that one out forward the square. Still a bit of work to do with her batting technique. Short is that one. Only getting a single, Amanda Edwards. And I'm not a betting man, but oh, that to have been Hector, I think it would have been a boundary. Hector, she plays so easily, so confident. She doesn't seem to be rushed at any moment.
Just 3 runs in that over. Leeward's 203 for 4. Remember, they won the toss and batted. Hector 56, Saxena 51, Amanda Edwards, she's there on 31 not out. Those are the top scorers in the innings so far. 40 overs completed, and the projected score is showing that the Leewards should get to, if they continue at 5.08, should get to 254.
Elliott getting Edwards to play, coming off the inner edge, bouncing, but not getting back onto the stumps. Not quite in control of that shot was Edwards. Outside. Oh, beautiful save. Beautiful save.
And here is the challenge with these batters. They run the first one expecting a boundary. So by the time they realize that the boundary has been saved, can't get back for the second
No
run.
chance
That
for
should have
second.
been too easily.
Easily. It was indeed a beautiful save by the fielder running from backward square.
And that was the captain's call. She was coming back to the danger end, so she had to run the first run fast.
I think if the roles were reversed and it was Jazava would have been coming down hard.
Like Casey and Knight, she keeps talking for the entire inning.
Oh,
Good
well
delivery.
left alone. Beautiful delivery, well left alone. That one popping up on Jazara.
1 ball left in a spell, Elliott. 1 for 44 before this. And there she sweeping Jazara. Claxton goes down to the fielder coming from mid-wicket. Again, she saunters the first run. Can't get back for the second. Watching the ball instead of paying attention to the business. 41 overs completed. 205 for 4. Elliott is done. She's 1 for 45 from her 10.
Elliott, yes, she picked up a wicket. Yes, she wasn't too expensive, but I'm not so certain that she'll be quite comfortable with her spell. Some a little full, some a little short, add a few wides in between. And it's the young Cumberbatch being brought in from the media center end. 3 for 13. 3 overs, 13 runs before this. And Jazara standing straight and playing Carlisle.
I think think I need to spend some time in the nets with Jazara.
I get the impression she's easy to work with and she accepts her critique
Very, very pleasant individual.
very well, very humble. You'll see her riding a bicycle through and through Sandy Point. I would know that's a West Indies under 19 player. Always seems to have a pleasant appearance. That one was short and better perhaps should have been done with it. And we have seen batters missing out on opportunities. Somewhat uppish to the right of the mid-on. Another bonus points looming. Another bonus point, pardon me, looming.
End of the over, 4 completed by Cumberbatch. She's none for 17. 42 overs gone. Leewards at 209 for 4. And this partnership looks like 48. 49, in fact.
And it hasn't been one of really flourish, so to speak. This partnership has basically crept up on us. Amanda Edwards, the captain, winning the toss this morning and the batting. And she will be happy with her decision to bat first, scoring at a run rate of 4.98 runs per over.
50-run partnership. And they should have a second. Jazara was liming on that occasion again and had to hurry back. So she had accepted that they would only have one, but the opportunity presented itself. Partnership is now 51 between Claxton and Edwards. 211 for 4.
Yet another partnership, 50 partnership in this match. And the Leewards team will be inspired by the performances here today. They have been getting better with each match. Picking up their first point without winning a game as yet. One game left after this. And yet again, Carlisle, team winning the toss, batting first.
Getting over 200.
Getting over 200.
We are 1 apart. Claxton plays this shot into the offside and misses very often. I want you to take a look at her feet, because her front foot is still outside the leg stump when she's playing this shot. Doesn't move it at all to get across to the line of the delivery.
She's moving that left foot. Keeps the right stationary, which is the front foot. She bats left. And the left foot goes across.
Balance isn't quite right. Same thing?
Again.
Same thing.
Again.
Yeah. This time it's a wide. 213 for 4.
The only difference is that she was crouching a little bit. Before, she's standing upright. coming forward on that occasion, driving, looking good. You'll want to see much more of that.
One delivery left in the over. Gordon is completing her 8th. 1 for 36.
Standing upright again, punching into the offside is Claxton.
4 runs off the over, 43 completed, 213 for 4. The Leewards.
Hector 56 from 61. Very comfortable. Leewards 7 runs away from their second point of this tournament, their second bonus point. And that looks like Cumberbatch will be continuing from the media center end. Right arm over. We're going to be seeing the 2 slips. Skipper Knight said, no, let's use the 1. Going to cover. One slip. Backward point, cover, extra cover. She does love to stand straight and play Claxton, as you've been observing, Carlisle. And not a big user of the feet. One run off the 3 balls so far, Cumberbatch. That one is short. Not timing it well is Claxton. Should have done much better with that. Only picking up a single.
Half tracker and played down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 by Edwards. Bad delivery to finish the over. And Amanda Edwards is strong. And she placed it beautifully as well. There's a fielder on the mid-wicket boundary, but she had to run some distance to her left. And there was no way she was going to get around. So she has gone to 42 from 35. And 6 runs from that over. 44 completed. Leewards 219 for the loss of 4 and on the verge of picking up a second batting bonus point. I say batting, but they're only batting bonus points available, none for bowling. And I quite understand that because the teams have been getting out so cheaply that there is no point in rewarding mediocrity.
You want to encourage the batters to bat long, give big scores.
Playing and missing again. And look at that front leg again. Stays exactly where it was outside the leg stump. Once she goes back and across, that front leg has to come across so that she gets closer to the delivery. Second bonus points for the Leewards. And so they have now earned the maximum batting bonus points that they can get. And I keep saying batting, remind you that the bonus points are only for batting.
They are the 4th team to do that this tournament, Leewards. Jamaica would have gotten 2 from all 3 matches previously. The maximum 2, that is. Winwards would have gotten
Powerful
through.
shot, well driven by Captain Amanda Edwards to take her on to 46. Was in the slot, and she played it straight and played it well, just on the onside of the pitch, and long on, couldn't get across in time. So the Leewards motor on, 224 for 4.
The Guyanese, they are the third team to have picked up any type of bonus points, and they have had one. So Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados, they are yet to get any batting point. Put that another way, they're yet to score 200 runs. But the position, if you're chasing Carlisle and you're chasing less than 200 runs,
You can still get maximum bonus points. First point, you have to score at 4 runs and over. And if you're striking at 4.4 runs and over, you get your second bonus point.
so it's all about batting.
All about batting and batting well.
Whether you're chasing, whether you're batting first, you're encouraging sensible batting.
Correct. 66 is the partnership between this pair. Make that 67 as Amanda Edwards moves on to 48. At the end of the over, it's 45 overs completed, and the Leewards are 227 for the loss of 4 wickets. Remember, their high score for the tournament before this was 155 in the last game when they lost all 10 of their wickets. This time, like the last time, the Leewards won the toss, but this time they decided that they would bat first. And the teams batting first at Warner Park have scored 200 if you bat first and you bat well. Captain is on 48, Troy, and could be the third Leewards player to get to 50 in this inning.
She gets a single, she'll have to wait until she next strikes. Claxton, 28 from 51, the left-hander. Captain of the St. Kitts and Nevis on the 20 football team. Track and field athlete at the national level. Won the Senior Female Cup, Football Cup with her club. Scoring the penalty to win that championship over Newtown United. Newtown United, they have dominated female football here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Jazara played for United Old Road Jets. Extremely athletic is she. And she has played that shot so many times without picking up a run. And that is something Coach Daniel will be looking at, will be making a note of.
Still a little bit too upright when she's playing that shot.
1 run from the over so far, 1 ball left. Captain Amanda Edwards at the non-striker's end, 49 from 39.
Lost the shape on this occasion, but gets a single down to backward square. End of the over, 46 overs completed, and the Leewards are 229 for 4. And certainly they would be having thoughts of 250.
Definitely. And they have some 4 overs to get there. The projected score is 249. Scoring at a run rate of 4.98 runs per over. So they still need to play sensible cricket. And they haven't really tried to pick up the pace, Carlisle. They've just been playing as normal as they have been. Playing and missing Jazara as we have seen so many times. Connell, 6 overs, 1 for 41 before this. And he really need to try to work the ball around a little more. Softer hands. More alert for the call of single. Having heard me, she plays it a little wide off the field, gets a single, and bring Amanda Edwards, who's on 49, into strike. Skipper Edwards.
Was elevated to the captaincy this year, replacing Sanello Willett.
We're seeing a field adjustment. Third man backward point, cover sweeping on the boundary, extra cover mid-off. And
Single,
she does
half
get
century.
that 50, does Amanda Edwards.
Third player for the Leewards to get to 50 in this inning, and that is showing significant improvement in terms of the batting. But not just her getting to 50 alongside Saxena and Hector, but the fact that the Leewards have been able to put together partnerships in this inning, biggest of which was 101.
Definitely, and the captain would be extremely happy. And there's Jazava being really aggressive, first time in the inning. Picking up a boundary.
The fielder was at mid-on, and so she sees the opportunity to hit over her head. The 50 for Edwards coming up in really good time, 50 from 40 deliveries. Jasara Claxton has been a little bit more sedate, but a good partnership between Edwards and Claxton. Fourth wicket fell with a score on 160. And so these two have already put on 76 runs.
Claxton in striking rate of her half century.
I see you wishing Claxton to a half century.
Yes, she has a bit of time. She's looking a lot better than she was when she got 40. Some persons will argue if there's an improvement in something, there should be an overall improvement on your last performance.
She has the goods. This is very good talent for the coaches to work with. Remember, she's better known for her bowling than her batting, but this is a good all-around prospect.
Asked to bat at number 5 shows a lot of confidence.
And control.
Top score 40 last match. She's approaching that 40 again this time. 5 runs off. 3 overs left. Could she get to the half century? Perhaps. She has the strike. She has shown a little aggressive intention for the last few balls she has faced.
6. Is it? No. It will drop short.
And there's that aggressive intent again. Only picking up a single. But she's now showing the confidence to go overhead, which she hasn't done for her previous 57 balls. Captain Edwards definitely thinking about a 250, which would be a psychological advantage for her and her team.
Cumberbatch has been good in a spell.
Young player, yet to touch a pad. Only giving up 2 singles so far has Cumberbatch.
Full toss.
Full toss. Would that be called a no ball? Yes, it
Has
is.
been called.
Full pitch above the waist. Luckily for Jazara.
And Jazara took her eyes off it and went across the line of the delivery as well, instead of trying to get that back a little bit straighter.
That one schooned into the air.
Free hit.
And the keeper, Casey, and I just walking around and picking it. Jazara stepping back again. Yes, she's mad with herself, rightfully so.
I see players trying to get a little bit too cute on free hits. Still cricket. Still have to play a proper cricket shot.
Exactly.
Better to get one than to get none.
She's going early through mid-wicket. Paint of 1. .48 overs gone. 241 for 4. .14 deliveries. At this stage, the pundits might argue that they should get to 250.
Connell is 1 for 49 from 7. And she's getting ready to bowl her 8th and what will be her final over of this inning.
And again, Jazara looking for that single, playing with soft hands.
I contend, Troy, that when the teams bat deep, it's better for our bowlers. Good shot. Well fielded too. Because when they get easy wickets, it makes them a little bit too comfortable. And when they get better quality batting, then they have challenges. But for somebody like Connell, who has played at the highest level, you want to see how the batters would react to her. And today her name didn't mean anything. She's 1 for 50. She's in the 8th over.
Exactly. And you really want to see a good contest between bat and ball. Not the bowlers are being overrun by the batters or vice versa. And these batters, they're not running in my view, running the first one hard, which puts a lot of pressure on the fielder, who may very well take the eyes off the ball, miss it, and forces a second run. But wherever they play the ball, they basically resign to a single. Oh, bad piece of fielding there by the youngster. That again perhaps should have been to Carlisle.
Amanda Edwards would have had to go back to the danger end, and she wasn't backing herself to make it.
A Saxena.
So she said no.
A Saxena may have. And Jazara, youthful exuberance perhaps, and her being an athlete, always looking to do that. We saw her earlier reaching halfway down the track and being sent back.
Listen, this is good death bowling by Connell. She has given up in the over so far 4 runs, but 4 singles.
No boundary.
And towards the end of the inning, any captain would take that.
Of course.
No boundaries so far.
According to the cricketers, this should be happy hours. And it definitely...
I spoke a little bit too soon.
Jazara didn't get the memo.
Huge 6 by Jazara.
She didn't get the memo, Carlisle.
Huge 6.
Massive. And very easy.
What is she, 17, 18, 17?
About that, yes.
And with the confidence to take on a West Indies fast bowler and hit her over long on for 6 runs.
A few seats back,
Yeah.
not to say just over the boundary. She goes up to 45. Definitely.
And 251 for the Leewards.
Yes.
If you were told the Leewards batting first, they would get this. They would say, thank you, we'll take it.
And they have done well, Leewards.
Last over. Cumberbatch is none for 29 for 7. She has bowled well. Oh, that's very good running by Jazara Claxton. It was paid to short, fine leg. And there was Jazara Claxton running for all her worth, probably saying to herself, listen, let me face the last 5 deliveries and let's see if I can get a
She
half
wants
century
that
as
half
well.
century, Carlisle. Which is very good thinking by a teenager.
Mhm. She's on 45 from 71, and the Leewards are 252 for 4. We're in the last over. Punching firmly down to long off. She'll get a single to take her on to 46. Leewards 253 for 4.
Her highest score of the tournament. And she would want to get a half. And the Leewards camp would be happy to see 4 of their batters picking up half centuries.
If she's to get there.
If she were to get there, yes. Young Cumberbatch will have other ideas. Oh,
Would have been a single, but it came from the foot of Amanda Edwards, who was backing up and just trickled away for the bowler Cumberbatch to pick up. And so they had to scamper back to their creases. 2 deliveries left in the inning. Claxton is on 46. And she's bowled.
bold Claxton is she.
Backing away, trying to make room, taking her eyes from the delivery, and it crashed into her off stump. So she's out bowled for 46.
Looking to get another 6 perhaps, as she did off Connell. She's being applauded by her teammates.
The partnership between those two really is 94 runs.
And the Leewards clamp extremely ecstatic, Carlisle. You would think from the noise we're hearing that they won the match.
You would think that Jazara had made 100, but they're very excited about the youngster, and they're cheering her on. She's disconsolate. She wanted a half century.
And it's the young Kimberly Anthony, a teenager herself. I was speaking with her mom on Friday, and she's very proud of her daughter. And she's just 18, if I'm not mistaken. Chipping down, is she? She gets a single.
So the Leewards finish on 255 for the loss of 5 wickets. And good scores coming from Hector, who got 56, 51 to Saxena, 55 not out to Edwards, and 46 to Jazara Claxton. The bowling, none of the bowlers for Barbados picked up 2 wickets. They were 1 wicket each for Connell, Gordon, Elliott, Dean, and Cumberbatch. And so the Leewards picked up 2 bonus points, and having won the toss and decided to bat, finished with 256 runs in their completed 50 overs. And so, not just a set of milestones for the Leewards. First of all, 3 of the batters get into 50. Partnership of 101. Partnership of, that would be 94. Bonus batting point when they reached 200. Second bonus point when they got to 250. First time the Leewards have made 250 plus in getting to 255 runs in this inning. And so lots for the Leewards to feel good about, but the job is only half done.
Well, I'll tell you, their tails would be on their back. They should be riding very high and confident. Barbados, they are the defending champions. Yes, they are without 2 of their key players. Skipper Haley Matthews and Shakira Selman. Yes, Barbados, they are 4th in the table with just 8 points. Yes, they haven't picked up a bonus point as yet. So Leewards will be feeling very confident indeed. However, Barbados will know that they have a task ahead of themselves, and they would want to apply themselves to the task. They want to really come away with points. They're not in contention for the championship. They've given up that, so to speak. However, pride is at stake. Currently in 4th position, they don't mind coming 3rd. I don't think they'll be able to come 2nd, but they've been exposing a lot of youngsters, which is good for them. And we expect to see a good showing from it. And the Leewards, of course, they'll have to bowl very good. Barbados will have to avoid a lot of run-outs. And we didn't see any run-out in this inning, which is very, very good, because we've seen as many as 4 in 1 inning.
Very quickly before we go to break then, Leewards winning the toss and batting 255 for 5 in the game Guyana against Trinidad and Tobago. Guyana 150 for 7, batting first. And in the other game, Windwards against Jamaica, the Windwards are 70 for 5. We'll be back with you in about 35 minutes. Welcome back to Warner Park, where the umpires are out already, and we can say to you that the Leewards are also out. First time in the history of the Leewards ladies that they have gone past 250 runs in an inning. Also saw 3 of their batters get into half centuries. Good afternoon, Troy Mills.
Good afternoon, Carlisle. And how was lunch?
Fantastic. Della has been looking after me really well. I've been managing my portions, Troy. Don't want to put on an ounce of weight in St. Kitts.
Okay. And it's easy to do with Della providing lunch. An excellent cook is she. Well, I guess to clarify that you say managing your portions. Well, portions could be large or portions could be small.
So it will be Kimberly Anthony who will open the bowling for the Leewards. The umpires are satisfied that all is well. Kaisia Knight is driving at the delivery and misses. They'll need 256 to win. So a series of good firsts for the Leewards. First time to a score in excess of 250. First points for the season, and they picked up 2 batting points.
The run rate required 5.15 runs per over, less than a run a ball. Easier said than done.
Kaisia Knight has been in good batting form.
I think she's the leading run scorer for this tournament so far. She's had a 70, 93 I think it is, and a 7. If I'm not mistaken, I think she's totaling 166, is it? Or thereabout. And she will definitely want Carlisle to do much better than her 93. If her team, Barbados, would stand a really good chance of winning this game.
Anthony misses a run for the second time in the over. The fielders out are cover and third. And there's a substitute on the field, so we'll have to look around and see who is the person who is off.
18-year-old Anthony. And not attentive initially.
Good delivery, taking the edge of the bat. Played with soft hands though, so it fell well short of the keeper. And a little bit of a miscommunication between the 2 openers for Barbados. But eventually they got a single. So they're on the way.
And should have been an easy single. Was an easy single. But perhaps Calendar not shouting loud enough. It was her call. And eventually they did get that single. Third time for the over. 18-year-old Kimberly Anthony has aborted her run.
I'm not seeing Willett on the field.
It appears the sub is on for her.
Yeah, I'm seeing Tinetta McCoy on the field. 1 over completed. Barbados chasing 256 to win, 1 for no loss.
A very good over there by Kimberly. I was speaking with her mom on Friday. She's down from Antigua. She has been here for the start. And her mom is expecting great things of the young Anthony. The left and right combination really challenges a bowler. And it's the young Jazara Claxton who will open the attack from the southern or Lozak Road end. Picked up 2 wickets in the first game, 1 in the last.
Starts with the wide.
Third man and long leg, the 2 outfielders out of the circle. Slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. A very hopeful appeal.
That's not the line that Jazeera would want to bowl, though. It's on the leg side.
McCoy. Still just about the leg stump or thereabout. Still has quite a bit to learn, is Claxton. And what an opportunity but to learn with the top cricketers in the West Indies.
Looking for the cut shot calendar. Too close to her. Trying to make some room to play that.
Lovely sunshine, few scattered clouds.
Ambitious shot there by Calendar. Looking to pull that. I think she was a little beaten for pace, though.
Yes, that one was a little quicker by Jazara. Rushing through on Calendar. Again driving and missing. And Jazara and her teammates will be encouraged somewhat by that, Carlisle.
Yeah, we look at it again. Driving and missing. It was back pitch a little bit. A good delivery. Just the 2 runs in the over. It's 3 for no loss.
It's going to be Anthony to continue from the C.A. Paul Southwell Media Center end. Slip third man, backward point. Cover sweeping on the boundary. Cover mid on, mid off. Short fine leg. Mid wicket. Quite a lot of sporting activities happening here in St. Kitts at the moment. The National Youth Basketball, they're into their final stages. That started earlier. The National Senior Basketball started on Sunday. Knight looking good, but not being able to beat that fielder. Backward point. The national football season, that started a little over a week ago. Track and field season is happening. Oh my Carlisle.
Pretty poor fielding there by Rosa Leeward. She reached across in time, had enough time to bend down and stop the delivery. I don't know what she was trying to do. Tried to stop it with her foot, and she missed it completely. But that's poor fielding.
Perhaps she just heard me speaking about the football season has started. I wanted to show us that she has a little bit of football skills. But from what happened, I don't think she'll be in the 20 for the game. And yes, you have 250 plus on the board. But you still have to play tight, play good cricket. You cannot give away the runs, as was the case with giving away 3 just now.
End of the third over, Barbados 7 for no loss, chasing 256 to win.
Barbados, they will have to play cautiously, play intelligent cricket. And there's a ferry, the first we've seen for the day, Carlisle.
And that looks like one of the ships that do business with the cruise ships.
Prince Devontae, it appears.
Looks like it.
The party boat.
Exactly.
Have you ever partied on it?
Not yet. I've been on it.
But not to party.
Not to party. Short delivery, and the calendar is playing under it. And she's looked a lot more adventurous than when we saw her in an earlier game calendar.
Yes.
Maybe the pressure of the scoreboard.
Perhaps some players don't like to see too many dot balls. But you will get dot balls in cricket. Our producer Jason seemed excited by the thought of the party boat, Carlisle. So no doubt he might be thinking he'll be here for another couple of weeks. He might be thinking about having an opportunity to go and shake a leg. And a man heavily into the calypso you are, Carlisle. I thought you were jumping and shouting and celebrating when Marshall won the Senior Calypso Monarch in TNT this year.
As a friend of mine said, Marshall won in Trinidad and Tobago. If he had done the same song in Nevis, he may not have placed. But the understanding of calypso is a little richer than ours. And you're not judged, I hope not, for your name, but for the content and your presentation. His presentation was fantastic, though.
Yes, it was.
Fabulous.
After he performed, I had a challenge believing anybody else could have beaten him.
First runner-up wasn't far back. Tell you, she was good.
Karine Ashe. Very experienced Calypsonian.
8 for no loss. Jazeera is in her second over. It's the 4th over of the inning.
But that statement was also made in St. Kitts and Carlisle. Oh my, bad miss.
Bad miss by the keeper. And it's going for a boundary. So 8 runs from 2 unforced errors. This one going to the keeper, Boyce. It ought not to have been a run. And it went for 4.
So that's 7 gratuitous runs to the Barbados team. But hey, they don't mind. They'll take them as they come. And no doubt they'll be hoping for a few more like that.
12 for no loss.
The persons in St. Kitts feel as if Marshall had performed that for our Sugar Mass. He would not have been in the top 3 as well.
Short delivery, pulled into the onside. Hector is around from mid-on. They'll get a single. It will be the end of the over, and so that will be 6 runs from the over. And at the end of the 4th over, Barbados are 13 for no loss. Troy, I'm going to give you the chance to get your notes and tell us about Black Rocks. Here's another very impressive shot. That yacht has been in the harbor for quite some time.
Yes, it is over in the Carambola region, over at Friars Bay. It sounds as if you're planning to move to St. Kitts, so you want to ensure you're very familiar with the history, Carlisle, and we welcome you any day.
We want the people who are tuned in to the broadcast to know some of the history of St. Kitts. You told us about Brimstone Hill. You told us about Caribel Batik and of the Carib drawings. I'm taking you away from that side of the country we are familiar with. In the air, dropping short. Fielder coming around from mid-off, but just playing it a little bit early, and it went in the air short of the fielder down at mid-off. 13 for no loss.
And the Barbados players, they will still have to be cautious in the approach.
Anthony has been good. Just back of a length and on about the off stump. And the umpire is now warning her about her follow through.
She hasn't seemed to be so comfortable. Yes, she's going through and delivering. She missed her one up a few times. Five runs conceded off 15 balls. And as you say, her skipper will take that any day. Black Rocks, that's one of the must-see places in St. Kitts when you visit. Brimstone Hill will obviously be the first, the Gibraltar of the West Indies. That is on the eastern side of the island. Driving elegantly is Calendar.
Tell me, what's so special about Black Rocks? What's to see there?
It's on the Atlantic side of the island. The rocks have been formed by a volcanic
Wicket. Wicket goes down, full pitch delivery on the legs, and there was Calendar driving in the air. The captain had made a switch. I don't know if you realize, but Russell Leeward, who had missed that delivery and allowed it to go to 4, had been replaced by Parker. And Parker or Martin, by Tonya Martin. And she made very good ground and took an easy catch. And so 1 wicket is down for Barbados. And the Leewards have picked up 1. It's 13 for 1 Barbados. Remember, they're chasing 256 to win.
And I did just say a few minutes ago, Anthony wasn't too comfortable with her run-up, and her captain would take 5 runs from 15 deliveries any day. But putting in a wicket with that, you can't ask for anything better. Not the start Barbados would have wished for. 13 for 1 at the end of the 5th over. Quite a long way off. If they are to, 1, gain any bonus point out of this game, you'll have to reach to 200, or 2, never mind, get to 256 for victory. Regulation catch. And Calendar extremely mad with herself for that dismissal.
Short delivery down the leg side, and Claxton did well to get away with that. Just a run to Casey and I to take the score to 14 for 1. Cumberbatch is the new batter.
And the Leewards team will be a little more motivated with that. 7 free runs given to the Barbados team by way of misfielding. Having picked up that wicket, they'll be happy with that.
Loud shout for LBW. Umpire is unmoved. And signals, no signal, so that means it's a run. Got some bat onto that. And that's probably what saved her. 15 for 1.
And Jazara herself is motivated. So the rocks that are at Black Rocks, they were formed by the lava from a volcano quite a few years ago. It's one of the top sites in St. Kitts. Very picturesque. It has been developed by the Ministry of Tourism over the past few years,
Very visitor friendly now.
encouraging receptions, parties even.
Short delivery and swung over the boundary for 6. And Jazeera persisting with the short delivery. And if she's going to bowl like that, the captain has to put the fielder back at deep backward square. 6 good-looking runs, though, tonight. She's in good form. And she moves on to 13-21 for 1.
And Jazara, no doubt a little bit disheartened, being struck for 6. However, when she was batting, she did strike a West Indian fielder comfortably over the boundary for 6.
No change in the field.
Perhaps the captain saying to Jazara, hey, you have to do a lot better than that.
Good fast delivery. And the cramping the batter plays it out on the offside.
Very nice comeback indeed. And it's always good to see the younger cricketers being put on the pressure by boundaries, 6s, and then coming back and bowling a very good ball.
Loud shout again for LBW. And only movement from the umpire is to say over. 21 for 1, 6 overs completed. And Claxton is none for 12 from 3. Anthony 1 for 5 from her 3.
And bowling apparently just outside leg stump or thereabouts. She'll have to change her line, Jazara. And perhaps even try coming round the wicket. That's something bowlers need to look at. And I've seen bowlers just go around the other side for 2-3 delivers and come back around. Just to mix it up a bit and have the batters thinking.
Seems to be bowling a little sharp though. Seems to be a little faster than we've seen her in previous games, Jazara.
Kimberly continues from the C.A. Paul Southwell Media Centre end. And Black Rocks aside, even if you want to go to just take pictures, Carlisle. And I must commend the Ministry of Tourism highly for developing that area. It has always been a picnic site for time immemorial. But the bars, the gazebos, very popular on Easter Monday for the Labour Party's picnic.
Took a quick peep at the scoreboard at Connery. Guyana 156 for 1850. Trinidad and Tobago 9 for 2. This one is turned into the onside. They'll get a couple of runs.
I'm hoping Carlisle, the Leeward Islands, don't get too complacent. Yes, 255 is a very healthy score, but they still have to play cricket. The non-strike
there's been a run out at Connery. One of the openers, Joseph, was run out for 3.
That's Kiana Joseph?
DFA Joseph.
Oh, not Kiana.
No.
I recall she was
Kiana is Winwards.
Winwards, and she was run out in the the game here just the other day.
Short delivery, spooned into the air. It will fall over the head of the fielder down at cover. And they'll get a single. Cumberbatch will move to 4.
It was always going to be difficult running back, taking that catch. And the fielder also stumbled. 24 for 1 at the end of 7 overs. Leewards were 39 for 1 when they batted. So not too far off. Barbados, very experienced and informed Casey Knight at the crease. But it's Cumberbatch who will be facing 4 from 7. Sweeper on the cover being brought into normal cover. Of the defense is Cumberbatch. One slip backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. third man and the fine leg on the boundary there. She's looking good, Cumberbatch. Good form, good shape. So far playing the balls on their merit.
Two runs from a delivery turn down backward of square. And Cumberbatch moves on to 6. It's 26 for 1. We're in the 8th over.
Somewhat uppishly was that shot, but safe. And the previous over, I spoke about bowlers changing sides. And Jazara, she went right arm round.
27 for 1. 8 overs completed. Claxton is none for 15 from 4. And it looks like we'll have a change in bowling. And Hector is coming into the attack from the media center end. Barbados need 229 more runs to win. Currently scoring at 3.38 runs per over and need in excess of 5 runs and over, 5.45 to win.
And the Leewards basically started the inning starting at around 5 runs per over, give or take a little. Having a half century was Hector. She would want to see some data in that that wicket column. A little uppishly is calendar, short of the fielder in extra cover. And Carlisle, we didn't say happy International Women's Day belatedly to the ladies.
Maybe you didn't, but I did.
On air, that is.
I remember saying it to Shakira on air. Shot in the air over the head of the fielder at mid-on. And they'll have a couple. Cumberbatch will move on to 9. And it's 29 for 1. 2 deliveries left in the over.
The United Nations really acknowledging different elements. A lovely day for cricket.
End of the over. 9 overs completed. Barbados 29 for 1.
Just the 2 runs from that over. And getting back a little tighter, the Leeward Islands 21 for 1 after 6, 24 for 1 after 7, 27 for 1 after 8, 29 for 1 after 9.
Another bowling change. This looks like Moses, who will be bowling from the Lozak Road end. And she's starting from around the wicket and will bowl to Knight. Knight is on 13 from 19.
The slip being taken out. Push back on the 45. The third man being brought into short third.
And backward square goes down on the boundary. Forward of square.
It's now a change in field for the right-handed Cumberbatch, who is 9 from 17. She looks a completely different person than when we saw her batting with Campbell. So there's a short third man backward point, cover sweeping on the boundary, extra cover mid off. Mid on, mid wicket, deep mid wicket on the boundary. And the fine leg, which that field will now change the field setting because the left-handed skipper Knight is on strike.
Moses missed the last 2 games. I think she was carrying a slight injury. But she's back in now, replacing Melissa Clark.
The last time the female Leeward Islands female tournament was played here a few years ago, she was the captain of the Antigua team, Moses. These two batters for Barbados really turning over the strike.
4 singles in the over.
Once they continue to do this, this will be an easy victory for them. 222 runs needed in 241 balls, is it? As we see a ferry coming down to St. Kitts from Wally Queen City, Nevis. And they're celebrating their 50th anniversary of Culturama this year. Last year, Carlisle, the precursor to the 50th anniversary, was a big thing. So the feeling is that it will be a much bigger thing this year. And we know that Berridge Howell Trophy will be returning to St. Kitts and Nevis this year.
It's wide. That's very wide down the leg side. So 2 wides in the over so far. 6 runs.
And still a ball to go.
Good delivery to finish the over. 10 completed, 35 for 1.
Have the days be finalized when the Berridge Howell will be played in Nevis, Carlisle?
July 28th and August 4th.
Saturday, Sunday?
Have to check my card. I think both are Sundays.
Both are Sundays.
Both Sundays.
It's the end of the power play. And those matches in the past, whether they were played in St. Kitts or Nevis, it was an electrifying atmosphere. You don't see any tougher games between St. Kitts and Nevis.
Umpire Maria Abbott holding her place slightly. I think she has all the information she needs now. And so Hector will start the 11th over.
One thing that has been obvious with these teams, the depth of the bowling, the variety. The number of bowlers being used. So far we've now seen 4 for the Leewards. Opening with Anthony and Josiah Claxton. And both being replaced with Hector and Moses. There's Tanya Martin still waiting, as well as the skipper Amanda Edwards.
And Roselle Leeward.
And Bash.
Yeah, we did see Bashka bowl in the previous game.
Yes. Loud appeal, dropping outside leg perhaps.
More than likely. Closed the bat face a little early and played right across it. But safe, pitch outside leg, should not be given out LBW.
Some adjustments to umpire Abbott. She's back up roaring and ready to go. And I am an advocate that balls dropping outside leg stump. should be given LBW, of course, based on whatever the conditions. It shouldn't be barred out, in my humble view, completely. We've seen, for example, Shane Warne dropping balls big outside the leg stump. Padders batting out, leaving alone, only to be bowled down. Oh, lovely
Slow
slow one
delivery.
by.
And here is Anthony, not getting her hands to it, but putting her body, which is not as small as some, but prevented the run.
Indeed. Effective defense, as it were. Literally getting your body behind the ball, Carlisle.
Absolutely. It's the end of the over, though. 11 overs completed, 37 for 1. And the Barbados still need 219 runs to win. The gap between the balls and the runs getting closer.
At this stage, 219 from runs required in easy pickings. Of course, easier said than done as well. .219 in 234 balls. So if you were to get a single from every ball, you'll win the match with a few balls to spare. But that's just the commentators talking in the nice air-conditioned room.
Snick and eluded the keeper and will run down to the boundary for 4. No slips, took the outer edge, and the keeper didn't get across to that either, and seemed to have reacted a little bit late as well. And so 4 runs, that's the important factor, the 4 runs.
Definitely.
There is not enough room in the scorebook to say that it came from an edge. So it's 41 for 1. Knight moves on to 20.
And that is why it is so important as selectors to be looking at the matches. I did an interview on my radio sports program with Samuel Spencer, chairman of the Leeward Islands Senior Men Selectors. Who indicated that if a player were to make 100 with a few chances and 140, 50, 60 without any chances, he'll quickly go for the person with the fewer runs. And like you rightfully say, Carla, is seldom you'll see dropped on 21 off how many balls. Very, very, very good single, Carlisle.
Good call, good response, and a single to take Knight on to 21. It's 42 for 1.
The running with these two are far different generally to when the Leewards were batting. Mr. Saxena wanting to always take that single. So too was Jazara. On quite a few occasions, they were sent back.
Five runs in the over so far, 1 delivery left. It's 42 for 1, Barbados. Good shot, very well played. Was in the slot and she came forward. The movement was very precise. Got in behind it and extended the arms and got a lovely boundary down to the extra cover position for 4. And so that would please her. And the partnership is now 33. Cumberbatch has contributed 12 of those.
Beautiful looking shot indeed. Just coming forward. Very good timing. Picking up a good boundary. This is live. Cricket West Indies is women's Super 50 overs coming from St. Kitts, Leewards, Barbados at Warner Park. And this is being sponsored by CG United, Daffabet and Blue Waters. As we say good afternoon to Shakira Selman.
Good afternoon, Troy, and good afternoon, viewers.
These two batters looking comfortable, looking easy, looking set.
Yeah, they've looked good so far. Like Johnny Cumberbatch and her captain, Casey and Knight. Casey and Knight, obviously the Bahrain form for this Barbados side with 2 half centuries.
Extremely, extremely wide is that one. This is a match that her team will really want to count on her experience, count on her being in form to see them over the line.
Yeah, and this Barbados side will want to show that they've learnt from the mistakes made in that first game against Jamaica women. They lost too many wickets at regular intervals.
That is caught. Is it backward point? Perhaps Campbell asking for a high ball above the waist. Were that to be the case, it would have been a no ball. But the umpires seemingly not interested.
Yeah, I just said they've done well by not losing too many wickets. And then Johnny Cumberbatch is dismissed from a fairly high full toss. Just asking the square leg umpire if it wasn't too high, but not a judge to be a no ball by the umpire, Javed Prasad. Fair enough call by the umpire, it seems.
Ball dipping at the last moment.
Yeah, so team dismissal. Again, we've seen so many of these for the day so far. Like Johnny Cumberbatch has to go on Barbados 48 for 2.
Just when we were saying they will need to steadier, bat deep into the 50 overs. And it's now Trishan Holder. Who will have the responsibility, along with her captain, Casey Knight, of getting 256 for victory. Or put another way, getting 208 runs in 224 balls. Very gettable mathematically.
Should be 2 easy runs. And it is off the inside edge of Holder's back. But going square enough that there's lots of work for the fielder coming around from deep fine. And the fielder chasing from sharp mid wicket. Allowing Trishan Holder to get off the mark. In this Barbados inning so far, we've seen 2 batters dismissed by full tosses. I'm sure they'll be very disappointed, Calendar and Kamabach. Barbados 50 for 2 in 13 overs.
Casey and Knight will be picking up the attack. 1793 and the 7. Some field adjustment being made. An adjustment to the adjustment. The fielder being moved from mid wicket to cover, being asked to go back to mid wicket.
Uppish put in the gap. Another single to Casey and Knight.
Moses 16 runs from her 13 deliveries. Yet to pick up a wicket.
Beaten for pace on that occasion, Trishan Holder. Got into position far too late.
There's a backward point to cover sweeping on the boundary. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Forward a square on the boundary. A third man and a fine leg.
Good energy being shown by the Leeward women so far.
They haven't defended 255 in this tournament. So they should have a very extremely high level of confidence. But they won't be inspired by such wide bowling by Moses. And hence the suggestion, a free hit from a wide ball as well.
As a bowler, I'm not sure I'm in agreement with that. You already get the extra ball. You don't need another free hit.
Guided down to a first slip position, but we'll only get one. There's a third man on the boundary. The intention is always to encourage positive cricket.
And always against bowlers.
Because the bowlers tend to bowl wide overstepping, as it were. And some may argue cricket is all about runs, shots. But at the end of the day, people like to see a good competition between bat and ball. A lot of debate happening. Is T20 going to bring about the demise of the longer version of the game, Test cricket? Another wide by Moses. So that would have been an extra hit coming up Shakira.
No, that would be way too harsh on bowlers. I maintain that. Especially for the ladies, who are only allowed 4 fielders out of the circle after the initial power play. It doesn't get to 5 like the men's version does after the first 40. Good moving by with keeper Renice Boyce to her right. The end of the 14th over. Barbados women 54 for 2.
And though sport is big money, a lot of persons go to these games for the entertainment value. They go, they don't know who's batting, who's fielding. At the end of the game, they don't even know who wins the game. But they had a wonderful time. Eating, drinking, partying. Hector continues from the CA Paul Southwell media end. Beaten Holder on that occasion.
We were just talking about the entertainment factor and people wondering whether Test cricket would die. I enjoy watching Test cricket, especially when you're still seeing exciting games like the one contested between Australia and New Zealand, which only finished last night. That was a very intriguing battle between the two sides. We've seen the brand of cricket that England play now. And I'm sure sides have been thoroughly entertained, or at least fans, watching those games.
There are quite a few persons who wouldn't really be bothered by even the 50 over cricket because they just love their into the Test cricket. And I was listening to a discussion a few weeks ago, and that was it's all about test. You're testing your skills, your mental fortitude as a batter as well as a bowler.
Yeah, the highest test of all, isn't it?
Indeed.
It's always one format that I wish I was given an opportunity to play. Of course, West Indies women, they do not play Test cricket. Hopefully we'll see that changing soon. And then I would expect that we'll see more of these teams in this competition batting out the full quarter of 50 overs.
A wonderful piece of fielding there. Definitely saving a boundary.
Cheyenne Moses on the boundary.
She did cover some grounds. And Test cricket is always a spectacle. Down the leg side, but some connection made, not being signaled wide.
57 for 2 at the end of 15. Casey Knight and Trishan Holder The two batters at the crease. Kaishona Knight and Valia Allen still to come.
At this stage, Leewards were 75 for 1 after 15 overs. 57 for 2, Barbados.
Beautiful view of another cruise ship docked at the harbor.
The Minister of Tourism here in St. Kitts and Nevis, the Honorable Marsha Henderson. She was recently that's another wide. She was recently declared as the Caribbean's Minister of Tourism for the year. She's just been in the position just shy of 2 years. Come August will be 2 years. Yes, no in the end. That would have been an extremely sharp single. Fielder moving early.
And it is Clarkson that short mid wicket again. Right agile in the field. Struck over the top. Perhaps not as cleanly as she would have hoped, Trishan Holder, but she does get a boundary, her first of the innings.
Going overhead. The bowler from the fielder from mid off being pushed back to long off. Extremely wide is Moses. She hasn't been having the best of spells with these wides, both on the offside and on the onside.
A reminder that Moses is in today for Melissa Clark.
Perhaps trying a bit too hard is Moses. Guided down to third man. And the fielders run too. Very good running by Barbados.
Set out for the first run very quickly, allowing them to come back for an easy 2 Barbados batters.
And that was something that we weren't seeing with the leaders, with the Leewards. In some cases, when there was a misfielding and the second run could have been had, they had already resigned to 1.
Over at St. Paul's, Windward Islands, they got to 175 for 9 in that shortened encountered. 45 overs it was shortened to. And Chanel Henry, the West Indian all-rounder, 6 for 31 from her 8 overs. She got a hat trick in her last over. So good display by Chanel Henry once more. Remember, she got to 90 odd here in that first game against Barbados. So displaying her all-round skill so far in the tournament, Chanel Henry.
Jamaica, they're in the lead, 18 points from 3 matches. They've picked up 6 bonus points, getting more than 220 on all 3 occasions they batted. The Windward Islands, they won 2, lost 1. They have 10 points. And there's a loud appeal. We said Moses was trying too hard just but a few balls ago. And she was confident there was a nick.
The keeper Bernice Boyce never went up. And Trishan Holder looks disappointed. But Moses is down on her knees, full of gratitude that she finally was able to take a wicket and have an impact on this game. Barbados in the spot of bother, 65 for 3 now after 16. And the players will have a water break.
Welcome back to Warner Park after the water break. A successful over by Moses, picking up the wicket of Trishan Holder caught behind. And the Barbados team in search of 256 runs for victory in all of 50 overs, are 65 for 3 after 16 overs. And the task being made even more daunting. Scoring at a run rate of 4.06 runs per over. 191 runs to get in 204 balls, which is easily gettable, in theory at least.
That is beautiful. Classy by Casey and Knight all along the ground.
Effortless.
And it was a very small gap between the fielder at extra cover and the fielder at mid-off. But it is a hot spot for Casey and Knight. She does favor that offside, and in particular that extra cover region. And she's greeted Divya Saxena, who is into the attack for the Leeward Islands women.
That is full outside the off stump. Not really capitalizing on it. A misfield resulting in a single.
I'm surprised by this move though.
That's middle.
Satsina didn't bowl in the last game. We saw Roselle Leeward bowl her full quarter. She's an off spinner. Captain Amanda Edwards, she's an off spinner. And so too Shabani Basker. But they've gone to Satsina today. It may very well work. I'm just surprised.
I don't know if they're thinking maybe, well, we have a lot of runs, so let me try different combinations. At 65 for 3, in over number 17, the Leewards large and in charge perhaps. Five runs coming from the over. 70 for 3. And the thing about these teams, they have quite a bit of bowlers in the arsenal. And we've seen them using it.
It will be a double change. Tanya Martin, the return medium pacer. She will come from the Lazard Road end.
One slipper backward point, cover sweeping on the boundary. Extra cover. And the Leewards, they have had quite a few wides in this inning. Notwithstanding they have a large score of 255 runs defending, you still would want to keep things tight. But Barbados will be glad for the help. This is Knight Irishly. Getting to the boundary, picking up 4 runs.
Yeah, this did the outside edge of Kaisia Knight's back. But that third was in the circle, Shanisha Hector. So there was no chance of her cutting it off. Immediately there's a change in field. Hector goes to deep third. Basker comes into the circle at fine leg.
Another wide by, oh, no ball actually.
Yeah, balled off the pitch. That's the reason it was called a no ball. So it will be a free hit to Kaisia Knight.
Oh, lovely shot.
And she advanced, give herself enough room to get her hands through it, and slapped it again between extra cover and mid-off.
Lovely 4 runs. Oh, half century is lurking on the radar. 38 from 42. We've noticed the team batting first here at Warner Park in this tournament, scoring in excess of 200 runs, and Leewards would have done that earlier today. First time they've gone beyond, they've gotten to 200 or gone beyond it for this tournament. And they picked up 2 bonus points for themselves, one for getting to 200 and another for getting beyond 220 or 220 and more. And it's all in an effort, the bonus points, to encourage the teams to score runs. 20,000 US will be going to the winner. 10,000 US to the runner-up. The tournament being sponsored by CG United, Daffabet and Blue Water, and we say a very big thank you to them.
.11 from Martin's first over. Barbados 81 for 3.
At this stage, the Leewards were 85 for 1. So they're basically on par with the runs, but the wicket column, that's the area of concern.
Rosal Leeward will replace Divya Saxena after a solitary over. Long on, long off, deep cover and deep mid wicket. Fielders on the boundary. Interestingly, 5 fielders on the leg side with the off spinner bowling to 2 left-handers.
Not only sisters for Barbados, but twins.
Question night off the mark after 9 deliveries.
End of over number 1983 for the loss of 3 wickets. Barbados searching for 256 for victory in all of 50 overs. So they've got .31 overs to get 173 runs. as Tanya Martin continues from the Lozak wood end.
Casey and Kaishona Knight, 32 years old, just retired from the international game.
That's an easy looking 4 runs. Driving straight back past the bowler, effortless again.
Yeah, lawful toss served up once more by Tanya Martin. First one was driven just as beautifully, but straight to the fielder at mid-off. This time, Kaishona Knight decides to go a lot straighter. It's her first boundary. And Kaishona Knight was the batter with the most runs and the highest score last year. This year, she's not yet gotten to a half century.
But her sister has.
On 2 occasions.
This is gotta be out, is it?
Signal no ball by the umpire. Square leg umpire immediately extending her right hand. And there you see standing umpire Javed Prasad signaling no ball. So it will be a free hit. And the cross of Kaishona Knight will be on strike to take this. And the fielding team will be permitted to change the field. Third coming into the circle. Long off and long on going back. Very well bowled by Tanya Martin. Right up in the block hole. So the free hit just resulting in 1 run.
Well bowled indeed. Short third man, backward point. Very, very, very good single. Direct hit. Umpire is looking, umpire considering, and not interested at the end of the day.
Well, that was very close. Initially, you said it was a good quick single, but the fielder there at Sharpman wicket again, Jazara Claxton. And we've continued to talk about her athleticism. My.
Just short.
She seemed to have been short, Kaishona Knight, given a life by umpire Abbott. And you can understand why the Leeward women are all disappointed.
Just short of her gone, but excellent feeling. I really thought it was an easy single.
It's never an easy single when it's hit to Claxton.
Yes, she's sprung on it like a cheetah.
Yeah, she's so good in the field. She seems to really play so well. She really seems to enjoy her fielding as well.
Yes, she does.
Claxton.
Couldn't ask for better feeling than that.
And it really would have put the Leeward side on top had they dismissed one of these batters. She would have maybe given herself an early birthday gift. She turns 18 tomorrow, Claxton. You can see she's still disappointed.
Yes,
she knew
is.
she had her girl.
Yes. And tremendous athleticism on her part, Claxton. We were speaking about the review system this morning, not being used for this tournament. But chances are that would have been a referral, and the Leewards would have been celebrating. We have the convenience of a replay, slow motion. The umpires don't have such comfort. They have to call it as they see it. And once they are not certain, any doubt, that will go to the batter. There's a loud appeal.
She's walking, in fact. She's a walking. She's a batter that often walks whenever she knows she needs it. She doesn't stand her ground. She doesn't wait for the umpire's decision. So good sportsmanship by Casey Knight. She has to go. Very good catch behind the wicket by Bernice Boyce. And it's the first wicket for Roselle Leeward. 92 for 4 now, the Barbados team. And really in deep trouble. Their captain, the one who's led the way with the bat for the entire tournament, gone for 42.
But credit must definitely be given to her for walking. That's not something you see very often in cricket these days. And especially closing in on a half century. She must be commended highly, Casey Knight.
Yeah, something we've always said. If Casey hits it, she walks. You never have to over appeal. If she knows she hits it, she always walks. A good bit of work by this Leeward side. Really well in control of the game now.
Missing out on that run-out opportunity just a few balls before. Some may call it karma.
It wasn't Casey Knight though. That was Renault. It was her sister, Kaishana Knight, in fact.
And some may say wicket miss one, catch the other. There's the saying we have here in St. Kitts. Calypso at that. The umpire at square commending Jazara for that piece of work.
Wicket maiden to finish the 21st by Roselle Leeward.
So second over. 2 overs, 1 maiden. 2 runs, 1 wicket. And we wonder the thinking when Skipper Edwards introduced Saxena ahead of Roselle. But then Saxena just bowled the 1 over and Leeward came into the attack. It's now Edwards introducing herself from the Lozak Road end. A loose now which is dispatched to the boundary.
Too many full tosses have been sent on today. That's the one disappointing thing so far in this game.
Quite a few indeed. 2 of which have gotten wickets.
Kaishana Knight into double figures now.
Were Barbados to have any chance of getting to 256. These two will have to occupy the crease and get runs. That's McCoy.
She is a substitute fielder, McCoy. Not in the playing 11 today, but she has done lots of work in the field so far.
She's on for Willett. Six from the over, 2 balls left. Loud appeal. Umpire not interested whatsoever. Easy single. Brings up the end of the 22nd over. 99 for 4. Barbados. Needing to get to 256 runs for victory. And were they to win this match, Barbados, they will walk away with 6 points. 4 for the victory, 1 bonus point for reaching 200, another bonus point for reaching 220. But that seems very pretty far off at the moment. As they are 99 for 4. A little slow and late in getting to the ball, and getting it in was Tanya Martin. And the batsman running a brace on that occasion.
Yeah, lots of intent in her running since she's gotten to the crease, Aliyah Ali, putting pressure on boundary fielders.
And that brings up the 100.
Yeah, 101 for 4 Barbados women. Halfway into the 23rd over.
Shauna Knight 16 from 23. And Aline faced the 1 ball and hasn't scored as yet. The hundreds for the Leewards came up after 19.5 overs, and they were 101 for 1. Barbados 101 for 4. Quite a bit of batting to be done here by Barbados. It's very gettable. 151 and 64 balls.
Three for 4 at the end of 23 overs.
Here's a backward point Cover almost on the boundary, extra cover. And this one is swept backward of square. Bad line by the skipper Edwards. Dispatching it, giving it the treatment it deserved.
She's also earning length once more. Her second over, and she starts again with a full toss. This one much lower, but outside leg stump. So it's an easy shot for Aliyah Ali. There will be a change in field. Fielders asked to stay on the boundary at deep backward square. Long off comes into the circle.
Left and right combination. Bringing about changes in the field. Not getting that one the way she would have liked to was Kishana Knight. We're in the fourth round of the CG United Dafabet Blue Waters Women's Super 50 over competition. Jamaica out in the lead so far. Windies in second place. They are facing each other down at the St. Paul's Community Center. Guyana third, taking on Trinidad and Tobago. Fifth over at Connery. One on 9 for 4. Lovely weather here for those of you who are wondering at Warner Park.
We're having a delay because it seems as though Cheyenne Moses has left the field. No slip. Still, again, she finds the outside edge of a left-hander's bat, Roselle Leeward. 2 runs added to the score.
For this tournament, we've seen a few balls played through the slip region. Left right combination, giving the fielders some exercise.
Slight misfield by Claxton. Allows a single.
Getting back, hammering that one through the mid wicket. Will only pick up one.
End of the 25th over, halfway stage. Barbados women 114 for 4 in pursuit of 256 for victory. Remember, the Leeward Islands women, they amassed their highest total ever in this competition, 255 for 5 in their allotted 50 overs after winning the toss and opting to bat first. Half centuries to captain Amanda Edwards, who made 55 not out. Shanisha Hector, 56. And Divya Saxena, 51. Jazara Claxton also got to 46 with a very handy contribution.
25 overs, 114 for 4, Barbados. At the same stage, Leewards were 114 as well. However, Leewards had only lost 2 wickets. The match is never over until it's over. Being encouraged by her fielders is skipper Edwards. Right arm off spinners from the Lozakura southern end. $20,000 US to the winners. 10,000 US to the runners up. Play of the game, $250 US.
Another full toss sent down the leg side. Work for Shabani Bhaskar to do on the boundary. She does well. Keeps it to 2 runs.
Beautiful piece of work indeed. Diving effort by Bhaskar. Saving 2 runs.
The end of a tidy over by Captain Edwards. Barbados 117 for 4 at the end of 26.
Clearly the Barbados team not giving up. They're not rolling over. And then they're fighting and they're fighting hard. And putting up a good fight indeed. 139 runs in 144 balls. The difference in those two has really been reducing. Another wide signaled.
Slip in place now.
Barbados batters, they're not taking any chances, being extra careful. Quite rightfully so, having lost 4 wickets already. They wouldn't want to lose a fifth.
Full behind square on the leg side, and it's another boundary. So as long as they continue to capitalize on the bad deliveries, they keep themselves in contention to win this game. Kaishona Knight and Aliyah Allen, with all their experience, should understand that partnership. Now 30 from 38 deliveries, 34 deliveries.
The captain will want to see that go to 50 in the first instance. The Leewards had a partnership of 101. Another of 93, was it?
Slight misfield by McCoy at long off. Allows the batters to cross for a second run. It's a bit sloppy from the substitute fielder. Batters becoming aware of it eventually.
And the batter's really not under any pressure. Once they exercise patience, the wide one is going to come, the full one is going to come, the short one is going to come. Seven overs gone. 125 for 4. Left-handed Knight into strike.
Misses out on this occasion, Kaishana Knight. It was short, outside leg stump, and both fielders behind square on the leg side or in the circle. Managed to pick out the fielder at 45.
Nice take down the leg side by keeper Boyce. Signal the wide.
Sloppy, very sloppy. Giving away a single off her old bowling. Amanda Edwards.
We've seen a few misfielding today, but generally there has been an improvement. 2 runs coming off that over. 127 for 4.
Let's say Cheyenne Moses will return to the field. She was being tended to by the physio. Seems to be okay now. And Leeward will be replaced by Jazara Claxton from this media center end. So it is the reintroduction of pace.
Jazara's first spell would have come from the southern or Lozak Wood end. She comes into the attack now from the media center end. Fine leg being brought up on the 45. Short leg back with a swear extra cover.
Now the bowler starts with a full toss. Work for the fielder at the cover. She does well, Tonya Martin. 2 runs added to the score.
Jazara, and that's something we discussed earlier. Quite a few bowlers always bowl a loose now for the first bowl, first delivery, and we've seen bowlers getting a wicket with their first delivery as well. Right arm round the wicket is Jazara. Slowing it up a little. Peeling, but the umpire not interested.
Going down the right side. It's an easy decision for umpire Abbott. What the Leeward women and their bowlers in particular have done better than the Barbados side so far is that they've sent down way fewer short deliveries. So lots of short deliveries bowled by the Barbados bowlers, both spinners and pacers. The Leewards have gone a lot fuller. So benefiting from batting first on this surface and learning from the opposition. Of course, also learning from the feedback from their batters.
On the leg side, going through the keeper. Wide ball, picking up a single. So that's 2 wides. Some adjustments. Desire is ready to go again. Ooh. Up catch, brilliant effort. That's Anthony.
Yeah, it was a really good effort by the fielder short mid wicket, Kimberly Anthony. Aline attempting to go over the top. Bat face closes. She ends up dragging it to the fielder short mid wicket.
Getting a hand to it. Would have been a nice catch had she held on to it, Anthony.
One run to finish. The 29th over, 132 now for 4. Required run rate slowly creeping up. 5.90 now.
The Leewards were 141 for 3 after the end of the 29th.
It's going to be another change. Shanisha Hector switching ends and coming for her 5th over. Got 1 for 11 so far in her 4. Finally going on the boundary. Deep third, deep square leg and deep cover.
Ripped off the legs. Backward square for a single. That's Moses speeding in. Kishonian Knight. She has inched her way up to 33 from 50 balls. Not bad batting by any standard.
She is key to the hopes of the Barbados side.
And that's going to be 4.
Yeah, easy pickings for someone who's 33 runs. Well set now, Kaishona Knight. And she's able to make the most of another full toss offered up by the Leeward Islands women.
We've seen too many full tosses in this game.
Yeah, many of the bowlers unable to finish their action. Just releasing the ball a bit too early.
Hector getting a half century. She has 1 wicket so far. She'll want to see that column increase. Left and right combination invoking field changes. Oh, that's a lovely shot. One bounce into the defense is it.
Yeah, very capable with the bat, Aliyah Aline. And that one, a length delivery, but way too wide, and it allows her to free her arms over the field at mid-off. Another boundary to her. Partnership up to 50 runs from 55 deliveries. It's a very healthy scoring between these two. Barbados 142 for 4 at the end of 30.
Jazara continue to work. From the Caleb Azariah Paul Southwell Media Center end. Kishona Knight, she now has her 50 on the radar.
Good single.
CG United, Daffabet, Blue Waters, sponsors of the
I want a swivel pull behind square into the boundary by Aliyah Anin. So really building a confidence.
Indeed, she is.
She does well to stay down on that one. Never got high enough.
19 from 17 is Aline. And she has joined the party.
That's excellent cricket.
Quick single. The field is changing once more. Left and right.
Continue to show intent to score these two batters. So even when it's a good delivery, they're still able to manage a single. More often than not.
108 to get in 105 balls. We're now seeing the runs becoming more than the balls to get them.
Bottom edge through to the keeper. No run added to the score. 31 overs complete. 148 for 4. Will be a drinks break.
Well,
We're back after that drinks break. Barbados 148 for 4, 31 overs completed. And the partnership between these two already in excess of 50. 56 in fact. Keshona Knight has settled nicely. Barbados would be looking for her to get a big score and for them to overtake this total. Still another 108 runs away from victory, and they have 19 overs to do that. It will be Hector who will be bowling from the far end, and she's waving her hands, marshalling her forces and making sure that the players are in the right position. So far, we can tell you that on the onside, there's a fielder down at the backward square boundary. On the cover boundary, in fact. That's on the offside cover. And there's a fielder at third. And on the onside, there's a fielder long on and one at backward square. Arlene is on 21. Keshona Knight is on 39.
Bernice Boyce has left the field. Shabani Basker down in the gloves.
Knight has moved now to 40, and the 150 for Barbados comes up.
Lots of slower deliveries being sent down by Hector in this over. Perhaps a team plan after getting a chance to regroup at the drinks break.
Four runs down to backward square to end the over, and so an expensive over by Hector. Short and pulled beautifully into the onside down to backward square. Not a great effort by Moses. Score moves on to 156 for 4, 32 overs completed. Had a chance to look at the run-out shot against Keshona Knight. And from every single angle, she was out by more than a foot. The umpire was in a perfect square-on position. And it seemed as if she froze and said, not out. Well, if she can't give that out run out, I wouldn't want to appeal to her for too many other things. That was as clear as daylight.
Yeah, an obvious mistake being made by umpire Abbott, giving Keshona Knight a life. So far, she's gone on to make the most of it. 42 now from 60 deliveries. It's a breaking play. Umpires seem to be advising that the wicketkeeper needs a helmet if she's standing up to the stumps. She is wearing a face mask. So they are indeed asking Shabani Bhaskar to wear a helmet. Safety first, says umpire Abbott.
Amanda Edwards is in a 5th over. None for 19 before this. In the air over the head of the fielder down at mid-off, and it will go across the boundary for 4. Now we've seen some very reactive captaincy by the captain for the Leewards team. I mean, you're bowling in situations like these. Tell me why you don't have the fielder long off.
I think the problem for the Leeward side, when bowling at Aliyah Ali in particular, is that she's capable of sweeping as well. Remember, in the women's version of the game, deciding against the 2, they're only allowed 4 fielders out. I mean, either way, the men will only be allowed 4 at this stage as well. But they're trying to cover that deep backward square area. And as such, it means she will have to decide between having that long off or the sweeper on the offside. And I'll have to say perhaps it was a poor bit of bowling by the captain on that occasion. She had 3 fielders in the deep on the leg side, and bowled that one slightly outside off.
Partnership is 70.
Long off came into the circle, was sent back. Long on came into the circle, was sent back.
End of the over, 33 gone, 163 for 4. Keshona Knight is 43, Aline is on 31. Change of bowling at the far end. Looks like Roselle Leeward will come back into the attack.
Starting her second spell now, Leeward. She did a count for the informed batter, Kaisia Knight, who was caught behind by Rennie's boys. First time coming on Lazat Road aim, Leeward.
Wide delivery. She'll have to re-bowl that one. One legal delivery left in the over. Barbados 166 for 4. Wide, this time overcorrecting on the offside. And so 4 runs in the over now. 2 wides. Last 2 deliveries. End of the over, 4 from it. 34 overs now completed. Barbados 167 for 4. Leeward now 1 for 23 from her 6 overs. Amanda Edwards none for 25 from 5. She continues from the media center end. This time they're bringing the square leg into the circle and long off goes back on the boundary. Short, turned around the corner, straight to the fielder at short fine.
Perhaps got away with that one. As soon as she decided to bring that deep backward square into the circle, she goes short on the pads. She's just not always bowling to her field, Captain Edwards.
Short delivery and missing out there is Keshona Knight. Wide signaled. Total 169 for 4. Full toss. Badly lined and pulled down to backward square for 4. Poor delivery. Aline moves on to 37.
This has been the problem for Amanda Edwards. Every time she changes the field or opts to have someone in the circle, she bowls a ball that is easy to be dispatched to that exact position. Remember, at the start of the over, she decided to bring that person from deep backward square into the circle and send the fielder from mid-off back to long off. She offers up a full toss outside leg stump. It's been a very heavy scoring area for Ali.
Seven runs in the over. 35 overs completed. Barbados 174 for 4. Searching for 256 to win.
Over at St. Paul's, where Jamaica are taking on second place. Leeward Islands, when we're not making it easy for the Jamaica side, Jamaica 63 for 3 now, in pursuit of 176 for victory. Batters dismiss Ferron, Nation, and Stephanie Taylor.
Wow.
Wanted to get that finer, Aliyah Aline. Would have had to play a lot later. A bit of turn.
A bit unbounced too. Gets a single. Total moves on to 176 for 4. And the partnership is now 84.
Very good, sensible cricket by these two experienced batters, taking the game as deep as possible.
Ordinary bit of fielding down there on the boundary by Tonya Martin, allowing a second run. The ought really to have been one. Took her eyes off it. It bubbled. Good cricket by Barbados. Came back for the second run. End of the over. And 36 are gone. It's 180 for 4.
Something I'm sure their head coach will be disappointed in. Spoke to him midway throughout the game, and he did mention he was disappointed in the way that his side bowled and fielded in that encounter against Windward. They allowed Windward to get away and score beyond 250.
Boyce is back behind the stumps during her wicket-keeping duties. Change in bowling. Looks like Anthony who will be coming into the attack. 1 for 8 from her 4 overs before this.
She opened the bowling today, Kimberly Anthony. Figures suggest that she bowled very impressively with the new ball.
Fine leg and third man inside the circle. Knight is on 49. Wide down the leg side. Make that 50 to Kaishona Knight. Well played. 50 from 71 deliveries. And Barbados 50 from 71. 4 fours. She has batted well for her team's cause.
Yeah, she's played a very responsible not so far, Kaishona Knight. Most runs in last year's CG United Women's Super 50 Cup, but it's her first half century of this year's tournament. Should be 2 runs. Just 1. Well done by Moses on the boundary. Fielding once more. This time it's Captain Amanda Edwards at extra cover.
Swung into the onside, down backward square, 4 runs. Takes the score to 188 for 4.
Yeah, just 2 straight on that occasion. And no fielder square on the leg side. So easily helped over the fielder at short square by Kaishona Knight. Well played to her once more.
188 for 4. 1 ball left in the 37th over. Driven down to long on. That's good, sensible batting. And easy like that, it's 9 runs in the over. 189 for 4, 37 completed. And Barbados have inched their run rate to over 5 and over.
They've done it so easily as well. They haven't taken any risk with these 2 batters. It's been good running, capitalizing on the bad deliveries. And good communication, staying clear of where they are and where they need to be. She's been good on the boundary, Moses.
It's going to be a no ball. It's pitched so wide that it's off the pitch. And so a free hit will come up now for Barbados.
And the second occasion in this innings partnership.
Just a single because there's a field on the long on boundary. So Barbados 192 for 4. And that means that it's 100 partnership, 101 partnership in fact, between these two. Single to end the over. Score moves on to 194 for the loss of 4. And we've completed 38 overs, 12 to go. And the Leewards will be looking for other bowlers pretty soon because Roselle Leeward, she has finished her 8th. Tonya Martin just sent down the 2 overs, but she went for 20. Saxena sent down the 1 over, 5 runs. Moses, 4 overs, 1 for 27. Hector, 1 for 29 from 6. Claxton, none for 26 from 6. And Anthony, 1 for 17 from 5. It will be the captain, Amanda Edwards, who will continue. In the air, over the head of the bowler, but there's a fielder coming from long on, and they'll just have a single. Aline moves quietly onto 44. Knight is on 57.
No signal from the umpire. Kaishana Knight just telling her it didn't touch anything. She stands her ground, umpire Abbott. So dot ball.
And this one as if to say to the umpire, listen, you ought to call me wide. This was even wider. It's terrible bowling.
Yeah, Kaishana Knight opting not to swing at that one, not wanting to get too close. She's missed out on a few scoring opportunities down the leg side though, Kaishana Knight. Each time, both fielders behind square on the leg side have been in the circle.
Again, very wide down the leg side. Called and signaled. None for 36 with a delivery left in the 7th over. I've seen a bowl better, Edwards. Played into the offside for a single, and that will bring up the 200 for Barbados. So it's 200 for the loss of 4, and that's 1 batting point, 1 bonus point secured.
It's their first bonus point in the competition so far. They would have been expected to get out, to have gotten that bonus point in the last encounter against Guyana, where they were chasing a fairly modest total.
Should get a couple here. Moses has to chase across to her right. Down from cover on the boundary. So 2 runs, 202 for 4. Simple equation at the start of this. The Barbados require 56 from the last 11 overs. Short, pull down fine. This will run across the boundary for 4. McCoy is chasing for all her worth, but bad delivery, badly lined and helped on its way by Knight. And so 4 more to the total, 6 in the over so far.
And she didn't get all of it, Kaishana Knight, but she's able to manage enough bat on it to get it to the left of the fielder, running it down from backward square. Just seems to be trying to hit those deliveries too hard, and she just has to place them.
Quick single, that's good running. 207 for 4. Aline is on 45. Make that 46. The score moves on to 208 for 4. Partnership is 116. Knight, who is in 66, is on strike. And she won't score at the end of that over. 40 overs completed, 208 for the loss of 4 Barbados. Ten overs left in the inning. Barbados need 48 runs to win in 60 legal deliveries.
Quite gettable indeed. Very good batting by this Pierre Carlisle.
Indeed. Highest partnership of the inning, of the game.
But the skipper will want these to bat on, take it home.
Hector comes back into the attack.
Aline, she is in sight of her half century. She can actually reach out and touch it. It's just but 3 runs away. Will she get there? We'll have to wait and see. Jamaica needing 176 for victory. They are 94 for 3 after 18 overs.
Short delivery, help down to long leg for 4. Easy pickings. Short on the leg side and helped around the corner for 4 runs to Barbados.
That will be 4 most times any day at level cricket. And all of a sudden, Carlisle, 255 runs do not seem so big a target. Still a lot of work needed to be done by Barbados. 43 runs to get in 58 balls in all of 10 overs. Well, that's 9.4 overs.
Drop catch.
That's the impression from the hows and the arms and the oohs. Keeper Boyce getting both hands to it but not holding on, and that might have been the victory wicket for the Leeward Islands.
213 for 4. And this one is misfielded by McCoy, and it goes down to the long off boundary for 4. So just as if to rub salt into the wound. It was firmly hit, but she got across and ought to have done better.
Indeed. As if to say, hey, thanks for life. I'm going to repair you with a boundary, did Kishona Knight.
Second 4 in the over. She moves to 74, 217 for 4. Slow delivery.
Over at Connery, Guyana 156 for 8 in their 50 overs. Dispatching Trinidad and Tobago for 95 in 42 overs. Guyana winning by 61 runs.
Trinidad and Tobago remain without points in the competition so far.
Yes, indeed. With the possibility of sinking to the cellar spot, depending on the outcome of this one, if Leewards could take full points.
Well, Leewards already have a point on the board, Troy, so
Yes,
Trinidad and Tobago are already in the bottom.
They're already in the
Leewards
bottom.
are 2 points.
Even if Leewards were to lose this game, they'll be relegated to bottom from the 5th spot, Trinidad and Tobago.
217 for 4, 41 overs completed. Kaishona Knight is on 74 from 91, and Aliyah Aline is on 47 from 45. Currently scoring at 5.29 runs and over. Required run rate goes below 5. Barbados need 39 in, 54?
Indeed. Ram Harak picking up 3 for 26 from her 10 overs. Sugrim opening the bowling with a 1 for 21. Ramnath 1 for 32. That's the 15-year-old. Kirby 2 for 24. Harry Charam 1 for 38.
Claxton is back into the attack and starts with a wide. The score moves to 17 for 4.
Skipper Campbell
To 18 for 4.
Skipper Campbell batting at number 4 was 52 from 81 balls. But that couldn't really help. Tajnami, she was 33 from 58. Guyana, they would now go up to 11 points. Jamaica and Windies locked in battle. That game reduced to 45 overs. Jamaica 104 for 3 after 19.5, needing 176 for victory.
4 points for a win, Troy. So Guyana will move to 12.
Indeed. Just needed to make sure that you're with me and concentrating, Carmel.
Still awake.
We always say it's not over until the fat lady sing. While I was off here, I was in this discussion with someone who indicated me Leewards is going to get their first win. I said perhaps, but Barbados is not giving up.
So, I mean, different bowling has not helped the Leewards. Leewards have sent down 21 wides.
Wow. That is a lot of wides. And there are few no balls in between there.
Add 3 no balls to that, you get 4 overs. And then for the no balls, those are free hits as well.
Exactly.
And so you're talking about 3 runs. Knight was down the pitch and looking to play this one straight back over the head of the bowler. Missed it. She remains on 75.
And Claxton remains wicketless. .35 runs in 49 balls. Easily gettable.
Wide delivery. So you add another wide to make that 22 wides in the inning so far. Overcompensates, and this one is wide down the leg side. So make that 23 wides in the inning so far.
Which would actually be the 4th highest top score. Behind Kishona Knights 75, Aleen's 49, both not out, and Kesey Knights 42 from 54 balls. Trying from round of the wicket is Claxton to the defender. And I cannot say enough of Kesey and Knight, Carlisle. taking a fine edge, going to the keeper. She's on 42 and she walks.
And the umpire did not send her. She
Mhm.
had taken about maybe 8 steps before the umpire finally raised a finger. No need to raise a finger at
Once-
that point because
yeah,
Casey Knight was
exactly,
gone.
Exactly.
We've seen some pretty ordinary umpiring decisions in the tournament so far. I'm frankly not impressed with some of the umpires.
A beautiful piece of fielding by Jazara Claxton. She was 100% certain that she had effected a beautiful run out. As expensive as it may be, perhaps a little more convincing to have Cricket West Indies introduce the review system. It will help the game one way or the other.
Partnership of 132 between this pair.
And at this stage, the Leewards players, no doubt, their shoulders beginning to drop a little. Perhaps at the start of the evening, they might have been thinking by now they would have been back at the hotel.
Cricket doesn't go like that. You have to play it.
And it's played on the field. Yes, a lot is played off the field, but come the day, and Barbados had other ideas.
Miscommunication between the pair, but they got back to their respective creases safely.
Anxiety. Aline perhaps eager to get strike, to get that half century, to get rid of the butterflies. We've seen too many players out in the 40s, out in the 90s. And at one point, Shandapal was the king of being out in the 90s, especially 99. And Kishore and I say, here's your strike, Aline. Get your single to get rid of the butterflies, to get your half century. So we can focus more on the 31 balls, 31 runs needed in 45 balls. Possibly the 5th half century of this game. It's about to happen.
Wide. 226 for 4.
And that's what, 24 wides? I think this may be the most wides in a game for the tournament. I have to confirm that. But we've seen quite a bit of wides in the various matches. And there were that clear 7 runs. That would have been given away as well via misfielding. .30 the run rate. And they're going to get that single.
And more. Overthrow. Gives 2 runs to Aline. She goes on to 51. And she has batted beautifully for her 51 runs drawing.
Indeed, very patiently. The communication generally was very good between these two. 51 from 49 balls is Aline. 77 from 98 balls is Knight. 28 runs to get in 53 balls, Barbados.
Hector has completed her 8th over, 1 for 42, and Barbados at 228 for 4. Remember, they're searching for 256 to win this game. And Aline came to the crease when Casey and Knight was out caught at the wicket off Leeward for 42. And Barbados were in a spot of bother. 92 for 4 in the 21st over. These two have held things very steady for Barbados. They have taken it from 92 for the loss of 4 to 228 for the loss of the very same 4 wickets. And so an excellent partnership, good batting between the pair, some indifferent bowling by the Leewards.
And were Barbados to go on to win this match, this would have been the match-winning partnership.
And they should. From this position, there is no reason why they shouldn't.
Shauna Knight, fine in form in this match. Her first half century. And what a time to get it. Josiah Claxton will continue from the Lozak Wood end. And they're going to be overthrows again. And is the Leeward team falling to pieces? Falling apart? But that was not a bad idea by Claxton. Would that to be a direct hit? Would be interesting to see whether or not the batter would have been out.
Mm-hmm.
In or out.
It's the same umpire at square leg. You want to bet anything on that?
Aren't you being a little too harsh, Carlisle, on the umpire?
No, not based on the evidence.
And this is driven beautifully through the covers. Moses running away to her left. Restricts the batters to just the single.
The evidence suggests that the umpire thinks that in is out and out is in.
From one
based on
one
the video
situation.
evidence that I've seen.
Well, I can't argue with you with that, Carlisle. But I'll remind you that we have the comfort of a replay slow motion, and that's going to be 4. The ball just passing the diving left hand of Barack. Bashka, that is. 21 runs from 39 deliveries.
I tell you something. This is, for all practical purposes, a good learning experience for the Leewards team. Couple of things you have to teach teams. That you think you have enough runs, get another 100. And we saw batters getting in and getting themselves out.
Another wide again.
While the score of 255 was a good score, it could well have been 275 because you had 56 to Hector, 51 to Saxena, 55 to Edwards, 46 to Claxton, and all of them, with the exception of Edwards, who was left not out, gifted their hands away after they were well set. You know, so it's a learning experience, and they will be better for this. Looking back and saying that we thought we were comfortable, but you have to teach teams to bat deep and to bat long. And this is some loose cricket. The delivery, which was played into the offside on the onside of the body of the batter, And the keeper chased from behind the stumps, picked it up and threw aimlessly into the offside. And it went away for an extra run.
Perhaps it's the pressure telling 18 runs to get from 38 balls. Having lost that confidence, perhaps.
You see, some teams take longer to understand recovery. And in coaching, a lot of people don't pay attention to how you recover. But you have to teach teams how to recover from bad decisions. They will be made. Umpires are humans. We do not have the review system. So every single Leewards player who was in the frame knew that the batter in Kaishona Knight was out. The umpire said not out. You have to lift the team and move on from
again.
that.
Another wide. But that's a beautiful stop by the keeper, though. And the way they're looking, they'll probably give away the balance of the runs by wides, Carlisle.
11 runs in the over so far. I mean, it's easy for you to sit and say you have to learn to recover. It's difficult on the players.
Indeed, and we saw it working on Barbados in the
Game one?
Yes, the first game. And it took them quite some time to recover.
I'm not sure if they even recovered.
And that's going to be 4. Alain treating Claxton with disdain. And it appears a partnership of 151 Carlisle from 140 deliveries. And it seems as if the fat lady, she's heading to the podium. 243 for 4, Barbados, needing just 13 runs to get in all of 36 deliveries, all of 6 overs. And Claxton looking very dejected indeed. A bit of bad fielding, a bit of bad bowling. And these two Carlisle, they're doing quite a bit of what, oh, very lovely backing up by Kirby. They're doing quite a bit of what the Leewards refused to do as well, taking quick singles. And in some cases where they could have even be getting 2, they turned it into a single. Hector 1 for 43 from 8 before this. And this is where the captaincy comes in. It's not over until it's over. And as captain, you're expected to lift your players, motivate them, especially at this time. Oh, what a catch, Carlisle! What a catch by who else is that? Is that
Captain.
Jazara?
No, the captain.
The captain,
Amanda
Edwards. Looking extremely youthful on that occasion. And if Leewards were to go on and win this the match, it would be because of that catch. If you needed anything to inspire your fielder, as we were just speaking about, that is it, Carlisle.
Yeah, we have seen some glimpses of brilliance from the Leewards. And listen, the Leewards in this game have charted a new course. First time picking up a bonus point, meaning first time making 200. First time getting the second bonus point, meaning that they went past 220. First time getting past 250. First time having more than one batter score a half century in a game, and ended up with 3 batters going past a half century. And with Jazera just outside that mark. Partnership of 101, partnership exceeding 50. And so, regardless of the outcome of the game here today, the Leewards would like to win, no doubts about that. But regardless of the outcome of the game, the Leewards have shown that they are improving.
And we have said that they have been improving similarly to last year. They started off slowly, but they improved as they went along. Scantlebury is the new batter in. And that was a heck of a catch, Carlisle. Running to the right, sticking up that right hand, finding the ball in it. And holding on for dear life was the captain. Looking extremely athletic and agile. Oh, and that's going through the keeper down to the boundary for 4, and another drop catch by the keeper.
Another drop catch by the keeper. It went to hand, and it would have been 2 wickets. She was wrong-footed. She was going leg side for whatever reason, and it went past her on the full, so that's a drop catch. Resulted in 4 runs.
And that's what, 3-4 by the keeper?
She has taken one good one, but she has dropped, in particular, new batter with a wicket just gone the ball before.
Onto a
and then
maybe?
she dropped Kishona Knight.
And that may have triggered a slide. And how are they going to respond from this? You will always say, hey, that has already gone. We cannot do anything about that. 8 runs to get in 32 balls. And there are not too many persons, I believe, at the start of the Barbados innings would have been thinking that Barbados had much of a chance, especially losing 2 key players this year. The captain, Haley Matthews, and Shakira Selman. Kishona Knight, 81 from 101 balls. One thing I'm certain about this match, Kishona will not make a century. She doesn't have enough runs to do that. 248 for 5 at the end of 45 overs.
I'll tell you something which I'm still a little bit confused by. And I see that she's, even as I speak, she's coming up to get back into the attack. Is she? No. But something I'm very confused about. Anthony. 5 overs, 1 wicket, 1 for 17. She is easily on the numbers, being one of the better bowlers on the day. But she has only been given 5 overs.
And I looked at it, I wondered why. And there was a point in the game, you got the impression that Anthony wasn't a little too happy with how she was moving. And perhaps for that same reason. Baskar being introduced for the first time in the game. And how does that play on the bowler's mind? 8 runs to get in forever. Would the bowler put in the required work? Would the bowler just go through a motion because victory by the batting team is inevitable?
Well, Shabina is in the team mainly as a batter. She has not come to the party so far for the year.
So this is the time she can be the hero. Or she to pick up a few wickets here.
This one is going for 4. She's not going to be a hero here. Knight moves on to 86. And they score to 254, is it? They need 2 runs, Barbados, to win. And a lot of balls to do it in.
And the Leewards team, the shoulders have dropped, the heads hanging. A game they thought they would have won, they ought to have won, they should have won. Having put their highest score on the board. Their defense wasn't as tight as it was expected to be.
Scores are level.
With forever to go. 1 run in 25 balls. This game, like you mentioned, Carlisle, has presented quite a few things for the coaches to work on.
End of the over. Barbados chasing 256 to win. 46 overs completed. 255 for 5. Keshona Knight is on 87. And Scantlebury is on 5.
Jamaica 142 for 3 from 27 overs in search of 176 for victory in 45 overs. So Jamaica need 34 runs to win from 18 overs with 7 wickets remaining, and that
You realize that Jamaica on course to pick up a second bonus point.
oh, beautiful.
They're currently scoring at 5.88 runs and over. And in chasing, they have to score at 4.4 runs and over for the second bonus point. So they're right on course, Jamaica, which means that I don't think that they can be caught in this tournament.
So that means they'll get 5 bonus points, taking them to 23 with 1 match to go.
How 5? I want you to tell me.
4
The
for
game is
victory.
over, as there's a single down to mid-off, and Barbados have won. Excellent victory by the Barbados team. Good hand played by Keshona Knight for her 88 not out from 107 balls. And so Barbados coming away with victory against the Leewards. Calendar made 1, Cumberbatch 16, Holder 10, KC Knight 42, 59 to Aline, and then a very solid hand of 88 by Keshona Knight. And so looking for 256 to win. They have done it in 46 overs and 2 balls. Barbados not only complete the victory, but pick up 2 bonus points as well. And so going away with 6 points from this game.
And doing it quite handsomely, winning by 5 wickets. So Guyana would have picked up.
When you look at the last round of games, Jamaica will play Guyana, Leeward Islands will play bottom of the table Trinidad and Tobago, and Barbados will play against the Windwards. That's the final round of games. Those will be coming up on Wednesday. We didn't give you the bowling for the Leewards. And so we will tell you that you have it, Troy. No, you have closed down your computer. Roselle Leeward picked up 1 for 42, 1 for 27 from Moses. And then we had Anthony getting 1 wicket, Claxton wicketless, and Shawnisa Hector picked up 2 for 48. And so a very good victory here for Barbados. Again, we tell you, Leewards, the highest score of the tournament so far, highest score since participating, 255, chased down by Barbados, who got to 256 runs and winning by 5 wickets. We'll be back with you on Wednesday. Until then, be good.